experience such a wide range of emotions in one game, one inning, or even one pitch. You get down, you fight back, only to have it snatched from you in the blink of an eye or the swing of a bat. But there's always a next time, a next day, a next game. That next time, next game is here. A time for the Pirates to move forward and not look back.
We've got your ticket for Pittsburgh Pirates baseball once again here on Root Sports. The Bucks have dropped back-to-back games, trying to get back on the winning track tonight at PNC Park as they take on the Reds in Game 2 of this 3-game series. Hi again, everybody, with Steve Blass. I'm Tim Neverett. Robbie Ince-Mikowski will join us shortly. A 6-5 loss by the Pirates last night. Tonight, the offense hopes to keep going as they have had double-digit hits in 7 of the last 8 games. Josh Harrison had 4 of them last night.
He has been absolutely terrific. He's been playing everywhere that Clint Hurdle needs him, right field, second base, third base, and he's hitting everything. He's not missing any of the pitches that the pitchers miss with upstairs, and he's going to all fields, and Josh Harrison has just been doing a terrific job. He goes downstairs there and gets a pitch. That's a nice at bat to get a hit off a pitcher's pitch. So Josh Harrison, in my mind, could finish a strong second to Andrew McCutchen in Player of the Month in the National League.
Clint Hurdle says Josh is playing the best baseball he's ever played at any level. Tonight on the hill for the Pirates, it's Edinson Volquez as we take a look at our lows never stop improving. Season breakdown for Volquez. You can see since the 22nd of May, he's cut his ERA in half.
Exactly, and all those categories have been an improvement. And take a look at the 5 starts since. He's only given up 8 earned runs in those last 5 starts, including a terrific game against the Cubs last time out, 7 scoreless innings.
Edinson Volquez, the former Red, taking on Cincinnati tonight. Alfredo Simon, the former reliever, makes his second start against Pittsburgh. Simon says, get some hits as the Pirates offense hopes to keep rolling as this season rolls along. It's the Pirates and Reds, Game 2 coming up.
Pirates Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Toyota. Now's the time to go places with Toyota. Visit buyattoyota.com for special offers. And by PNC Bank. Know where you stand with PNC Total Insight. Let's go Bucks!
Warm night in Pittsburgh, and welcome to the North Shore as the Pirates and Reds get set to play the second game of this three-game series. Bucko is trying to even up this series and a game apiece. Josh Harrison along with Andrew McCutchen looking to keep the hits coming. Harrison with 4 hits last night, back out there at second base. Neil Walker remains on the disabled list for now.
Not only keep the hits coming, but get them in the proper places when people are in scoring position. We've left a ton of runners on the base paths. Josh Harrison has been terrific. We'll talk more about him later, but let's take a look at tonight's starting lineup.
Let's do that. The Reds lineup is brought to you by Honda. In the speedster, Billy Hamilton leads off. Todd Frazier in the 2 spot. Joey Votto had his first 3 RBI game of the season last night. Brandon Phillips cleanup. Jay Bruce 5th. Evan Mesoraco from Punxsutawney, the catcher, bats 6th. Skip Schumacher in left field tonight. Zach Cozart at shortstop hitting 8th. And the pitcher is right-hander Alfredo Simon. He will bat 9th against Pirates right-hander Edinson Volquez.
The former Cincinnati Red making his 14th start. Take a look at the overall numbers. As we said in the open, last start was terrific against the Cubs. 7 scoreless innings. His last 5 starts, just 8 earned runs given up. He's throwing a little bit harder. His control is much improved, and that's a subtle thing because sometimes your control can be too pure. So he's doing a better job keeping the ball out of the hitting zone, and he's been quite good lately. He's improved in a lot of categories his last 5 starts.
The defense behind Edinson tonight. In the outfield, same 3. Marte, McCutchen, and Polanco. Get used to those 3 being out there. Alvarez and Mercer on the left side of the infield. Harrison and Ike Davis on the right side with Russell Martin completing the battery. Pedro Alvarez, who was removed for a pinch hitter, Gabby Sanchez, last night. He's left a lot of runners on base. He's had some struggles at the plate, and he's had some struggles in the field. He now has a team-high 17 errors, and the majority of them have been throwing errors. And Clint Hurdle saying today that Pedro is working hard. He's one of the hardest working guys on this club, and he just needs to work through it. And he has to do all the appropriate things to get back to where he should be.
Yeah, and we were talking about tips for the game earlier, but I think 2 of the real keys: control Hamilton and avoid Chapman. Let's start with that and space our hits, get them at better times.
Hamilton last night, 3 hits, 3 stolen bases, and he takes ball 1 inside. We're underway. 86 degrees for game time. And see the wristband, the white wristband. Speed kills, and it did last night.
Well, he can't steal first base. That's where it all starts.
Doesn't mean he can't try.
Oh,
but you're right.
Try all he wants to. It's not going to happen.
And last night, the double he hit, batting left-handed, he bounced it over the head of Pedro Alvarez, who's playing at third. And Hamilton takes a strike, and it's 1-2. He will show bunt a lot. He did have a bunt base hit last night.
And it doesn't matter how he gets on. If he gets on, he's a real problem. And he didn't hit the ball well the first 2 times, but he got the hits, and then he started running.
1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. He's down on strikes, and that's how the ball game begins with an Edinson Volquez strikeout of Billy Hamilton.
Not showing a lot of speed walking back to the dugout. Took a little something off that pitch, didn't give him the fastball out in front, and the miss.
So Volquez now will face Todd Frazier. Frazier the game-winning hit in the 9th off Jason Grilli. Took a 2-0 fastball over the center field wall. Estimated 440 feet on the home run. And a rip down to Alvarez. Short hop. Good play. There's the throw. He got it.
Wow. That was a reaction play. That's as hot as it gets at the hot corner. That ball was absolutely blistered. Great reaction play at third base. There's a little instant shot of confidence right there. That's a pretty play.
Glove save and a beauty. Pedro with a solid throw to first. So 2 quick outs. And now Joey Votto, the hitter.
Well, that's always a pretty play to watch because you got to bring the glove up with the ball. As the ball is coming up, you got to bring the glove with it. And he did it as good as you can do it. Textbook. A little shot of confidence for Pedro.
Pedro now playing near second base as the Pirates are playing Votto to pull. See Pedro talking to the crew chief, second base umpire Jerry Lane. Jerry probably saying, hey, that got down there in a hurry, didn't it? 1-1 the count to Votto. 2 down, nobody on. 2 balls and a strike. Joey Votto walks a lot. A lot of times he is going to beat you with the bat, but sometimes teams don't want him to do that, so he has walked quite a bit. Walked 600 times in 935 games. See where the Pirates are shifted to the right side. 65% of the ground balls go that way. So playing the percentages. Volquez gets him to swing, and it's strike 2, 2-2.
Every left-hand hitter loves to go down and get those low deliveries. You've got to go downstairs even lower than you think if you want to stay away from the bat.
Here comes the wind and the 2-2 pitch from Volquez to Votto. Inside.
You know, so interesting. 65% of the balls are hit on the ground to that direction. 16% of fly balls. I mean, quite a differential whether you hit the ball on the ground or up in the air. I wish I could explain that.
One of the great mysteries, Steve. 3-2 pitch. And he walked again. So Joey Votto, another walk. And a 2-out free pass puts Votto aboard for second baseman Brandon Phillips.
It goes along with that kind of mystery. When you see a pull hitter, they're going to play him to pull, and you're going to try to pitch him away. I always got confused with that when I was getting ready to pitch. Willie McCovey's a pull hitter, so they're going to play him to pull, but I want to stay away. I want him to hit the ball the other way, but we're not lined up that way defensively. So, but the manager said just go out and pitch and don't worry about it. We'll figure out the other stuff.
Phillips hitting .279. Last night had 2 hits and 5 trips to the plate. Takes ball 1. Brandon Phillips has been a thorn in the side of the Pirates from time to time. Edinson Volquez, though, he's handled him pretty well. Struck him out once, but Phillips just 1 for 10 against his former teammate. 1-0 pitch. That's up high and in. 2 balls and no strikes.
Well, Volquez was quite tidy against the Cubs last time out. As we said, 7 scoreless innings, 7 hits. He walked a couple, struck out 5, 99 pitches. I thought he was very good. Obviously, 7 innings, no runs. It doesn't matter what the rest of the numbers are. You're good.
2 balls, no strikes to Phillips. 2 men out.
These are dangerous counts. We saw that last night. Takes the ball for a strike. Todd Frazier did not take with a 2-0 count in the 9th last night. Hit it over the center field fence.
Well, Todd had seen 2 straight sliders in the dirt. He figured a 3rd one wasn't coming, and he was going to see a fastball, and that's what he got. And the 2-1 to Phillips. And Edinson Volquez. Popped him up. And Harrison backpedaling underneath it. Nothing across for Cincinnati in the top half of the 1st inning. Pirates coming to the plate. Polanco set to lead off against Alfredo Simon. First inning. And the Pirates lineup is brought to you by Toyota. Polanco in the one spot, then Marte batting second, McCutchen third. He's got a 12-game hitting streak. Ike Davis and then Russell Martin this month hitting .317. 7 RBIs, 11 walks in 13 games. Harrison next, then Alvarez. Jordy Mercer bats 8. And Edinson Volquez looking for his second hit of the season. Just 1 for 19. He will oppose the Reds right-hander Alfredo Simon.
Who, like Volquez, is making his 14th start of the year. 9-3. This converted bullpen guy. First 2 years for the Cincinnati Reds, he worked exclusively out of the bullpen. 33 years old. He's big enough. 6'6", 267, out of Santiago in the Dominican Republic. Former Baltimore Oriole, Alfredo Simon.
Began the year as the Reds' 5th starter. Matt Latos at the time was recovering from elbow and knee surgery, so Simon taken out of the bullpen and put on the hill to start ball games, and it's worked out for him, having a career year at 9-3. 0-1 to Gregory Polanco. He's hit safely in his first 7 games as a major leaguer. Bouncer to the right side. Votto's got it. Toss to Simon. Simon wins the foot race. There's 1 out. One down for Simon. Simon started against the Pirates on the 23rd of April. Here he got the win. McCutchen homered off him in that game. It was part of Kutch's 3 homers in 3 days effort. 6 2/3 innings that game. 112 pitches. Up just 2 earned runs on 4 hits.
Got a couple of natives of the Dominican Republic picked up.
Starling Marte with 1 out. Takes strike 1. Marte has done a great job since Polanco has been here. Check swing foul. It was sort of like Marte for a while had a bad battery, and then they put a new battery in him, and all of a sudden he's been on fire. He's hit safely in 8 straight games.
Yep. Hook those cables up.
And during that time, he's gone 17 for 37. So over his 8-game hitting streak, he's hitting just under 500 at 459. And moving to the 2nd spot in the lineup, he's hitting 400, 10 for 25.
Yep. It's a game of streaks. Seasons involve streaks.
He and Polanco, good friends, and Polanco happy to have Marte with him here, and vice versa. And
well, it's
just the insertion of Gregory Polanco now in the active roster has helped Marte.
Maybe, but I know Polanco is appreciative of somebody that can show him the ropes, help him out on the road, where to go, where not to go, you know, all the perimeter stuff. It's all brand new at this level.
Well, whatever advice he gave him, Gregory did okay in his first ever major league road game. He only went 5 for 7. And Marte had 4 hits in the game, including a home run. That was on Friday in Miami. Pirates won that game in 13 innings. Now Polanco home run. 2-2. That's outside and low. Count is full at 3 balls and 2 strikes to Starling Marte.
And you want that discipline too, because when he was going bad, he was chasing everything. I mean, a butterfly could go by and take a swing at it.
And McCutchen waiting on deck.
You try hitting a butterfly. It's tough.
Unpredictable movement. It's like a knuckleball. And a base hit to center.
96-mile-an-hour fastball, 96-97 on the gun, right back through the middle.
Marte has now hit safely in 9 straight.
Fundamentals look very good. I'm not a hitter, but I can recognize a good at bat, good solid fluid swing, look pretty smooth. Here's the 3rd member of the trifecta.
Andrew McCutchen, a 12-game hitting streak. Hitting .324. Reigning National League Player of the Week. If he keeps it up, he'll be Player of the Month.
Yeah, he has a chance to beat out Josh Harrison.
Well, McCutchen had a streak of 8 multi-hit games going. That was snapped last night. He had 1 hit. It was a double. Ended up reaching base safely twice. Reached on a walk in the 7th inning and scored. Marte back safely. And it is time to vote for Kutch. Vote for Walker. Pirates.com/vote. National League MVP should be starting in the All-Star game. He has seen a spike in votes lately. So has Neil Walker. And you can help him out.
Still time. Great job by the Pirates to put up those signs. That's pretty neat stuff.
Well, Walker is second behind Chase Utley right now, and Kutch needs to come in the top 3 to start. He's trailing the Dodgers' Yasiel Puig in the outfield category. That's one rip foul. 1 ball and 1 strike now to McCutchen. Let's take a look at the updated National League All-Star voting totals. Just a little less than 200,000 now between Puig and McCutchen. And Neil Walker closing the gap. He's past D. Gordon of the Dodgers, who was ahead of him for a while. Brandon Phillips with just about half as many votes as Neil Walker. So vote Kutch, vote Walker for the All-Star game. Doesn't mean those are the only 2 that you'll see there. You know, Clint Hurdle's going to go as part of Mike Matheny's coaching staff. One of the Pirates trainers, Ben Potenziano, also going.
Neil Walker, are we getting closer and closer to Neil? He's doing more and more things.
Seems to be. There goes Marte. Pitch is a strike call. Throw down, not in time. And Brandon Phillips pulls the leg of Marte off, trying to get a call, but Jerry Lane wasn't buying it. See, he says, no, don't you dare. Don't you do that.
Well, they're laughing about it, but we see Marte sliding like that, and it caused concern because his momentum is taking him past the bag. And I don't know. I know we've had 1 or 2 runners get burned by being safe and then out by doing just that and losing contact on your own. So Brandon Phillips is going to have some fun. He's such a fun guy.
Well, Jerry Lane, the crew chief, says you better behave now. I saw that. Well, 1-2 to McCutchen. 1 out. McCutchen bouncing ball, and that's a fair ball. Marte heading down to third base. Frazier throws McCutchen out. Todd Frazier stayed with that deep ground ball right on the line.
For the base, right on the chalk, and Frazier sets him up nicely. As you can see, he gets the ball, and then really his momentum is set with that back foot. So he's able to get something on the throw back across. Not by much, but he gets him. Good, comfortably gets him.
Play by Votto, good stretch. Mike Davis, an RBI chance. 2 outs, takes outside for a ball. Davis with 23 runs batted in. Had one last night. Had a pair of hits, single and a double. Also walked, so he reached base 3 times, went 2 for 4. And the 1-0. And Davis a ground ball. Phillips with the stab, throws to first to get him, and Marte is stranded. After an inning at PNC Park, no score.
Last night was the South Atlantic League All-Star Game, and the Pirates field the team there, the West Virginia Power, and they put two guys into the All-Star Game, Reese McGuire and Eric Weiss, and it was Reese McGuire coming up huge. In fact, in the bottom of the 10th inning, McGuire, who entered the game in the 7th, was able to launch a triple in his first at-bat, but a sac fly in the bottom of the 10th, helped the North All-Stars to a tie, 4-4 in 10 innings. Those games end after 10, if they're tied. And last year's 11th round pick, it was Eric Weiss. He went 1 for 2. Game played at LP France Stadium in Hickory, North Carolina, home of the Crawdads. McGuire, 14th overall pick in last year's draft, off to a good year, batting .277, but his fielding is the key for him. The guy's a fantastic defensive catcher. .977 in his first full season of pro ball, Tim.
That's great. I was really impressed with him as soon as he was drafted. He wanted the pen. Where do I sign?
Yep.
Get me to Florida. Couldn't wait to go. He's been climbing the ladder ever since. Jay Bruce is swing and a miss. The young man we got to meet when he was here, Cole Tucker, same thing. Says, give me the pen. I want to sign. I want to play baseball. He's down in Florida getting indoctrinated in the Gulf Coast League.
Well, I hope that he plays as well as he handles himself. He's a very classy young man. He's very well-spoken, mature for his age.
And a 1-1 coming to Bruce. Shot to first base. Oh, it took a hop right over right. And a lucky base hit. That's one of those things that happens every so often. These fields are terrifically groomed, and you never know. Could have hit a footprint, could have hit something. And a hop over Davis. Davis was right there to make the play, but
hit into that area where guys are taking the lead off first base. Looked like it might have hit a little divot, went straight up in the air. Mike certainly back far enough, but the ball goes straight up. Happens.
That ball just didn't want to be caught. And Bruce is aboard with a hit. First hit for the Reds. Leadoff man on, and here is Devin Mesoraco. Mesoraco takes the first pitch in the dirt. One ball and no strikes to Mesoraco, who'll be 26 tomorrow. Did not play last night. And that guy did. Johnny Cueto.
Remember being 26, Tim?
Barely, yeah. Yeah, I do.
I don't.
Oh, no. I mean, it was only a couple of years ago.
Yeah. Just a moment.
You were 26, and then the next thing you knew, you were
what I am now.
What you are now.
A couple of stints on the DL for the Reds catcher. But he is getting some consideration, some votes, all-star votes.
2-0 to him. Takes a strike. Edinson Volquez pitching to Devin Mesoraco. Over his last 3 starts, Volquez 2-1 with a .250 earned run average. Over his last 19 innings of work, he's done a pretty good job. He's given up just 16 hits while striking out 16. Top half of the second, no score. Nobody out. Bruce at first base. A bad hop single. And Mesoraco pulls this one beyond the Pirates dugout.
Wonder if the long ball might be involved tonight. Both of these pitchers, these starters, making start number 14, both of them have given up 11 home runs. Not an alarming number, but it does get your attention.
And stretched by Volquez, and now the 2-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes. See if Brian Price starts Jay Bruce now. The 3-2 pitch, nobody out. Mesoraco's been productive, and in spite of the fact he's had 2 stints on the disabled list, he's second on the club in home runs and RBIs to Todd Frazier. 9 home runs, 29 RBIs. Actually, third in RBIs now. Phillips passed him with 1. And the payoff coming from Edinson Volquez. Bruce off for first. There he goes, and the pitch gets away from Russell Martin. Ball 4. 2 on and nobody out for Cincinnati in the second.
Second walk issued.
Fans, you can save big when you use your Giant Eagle Advantage card this season. Save up to $10 off tickets every Sunday home game when you show your Giant Eagle Advantage card at the PNC Park ticket windows or go to pirates.com/Advantage card. Plus, Sundays are kids' days here at the ballpark. And your family on the next Giant Eagle Advantage card discount Sunday. Use those cards for all kinds of things: grocery store, gas, and at the ballpark.
All 3 of those people looking for a ground ball right here with the bat of Skip Schumacher, and also those people.
Schumacher, the former Cardinal, played last year with the Dodgers. 2 on, nobody out. And again it gets away, and the runners move up. Jay Bruce down to third base. Devin Mesoraco over to second.
Russell Martin attempting to backhand that ball. Russell will probably tell you that he could have gotten in front of that one. Scored a wild pitch, I'm sure. There are occasions where you have to backhand by a move by a catcher, but you don't want to see it as a lifestyle.
No. Who was the best guy you saw backhand that you can remember? Some guys are just better at it than others.
Bjorn Borg.
Bjorn Borg?
Yep.
He had a good backhand. 1-1. This one belted to right field, right at Polanco. He'll make the catch. Bruce tagging. Here comes the throw. It's 1-0 Cincinnati.
And the Pirates escape one there. Schumacher was right on that ball, hit it like a bullet to Polanco. And the Pirates probably okay trading it out for a run after first two batters reach base.
Cincinnati on the board first again. They were there last night. 1-0 Reds. Mesoraco advancing to third. Infield drawn in. 1 out. Zach Cozart, the hitter. Shortstop, number 8 batter. Takes a strike. Cozart had a hit last night, reached on an error. Ended up going 1 for 4, hitting .227 for Cincinnati.
And you never know in these situations. You got to be alert to anything. The Reds in a pretty good situation, so you got to be alert on the infield just in case they try anything tricky.
Nothing in 2 to Cozart. Brandon Compton last night.
Yeah, he kept the Bucks in the ball game. He got hit pretty hard. I mean, they hit the ball hard off him, but he didn't let it get away. He had a tough 4th inning, but all told, 6 innings, 3 runs. In this day and age, that's an okay start.
6 innings, 3 runs or fewer.
There's a good block by Russell, keeping everything right in front. Just throw the body, whatever part of the body you can, in front of the ball. And that's a tough one. That's about a 55-footer. You don't know where the spin is going to take that ball. Breaking ball, he just held on to too long. Just back to Compton for a minute. When you're getting hit around that hard, and he was getting hit hard, it's easy to buckle a little bit, but he kept it together. He kept grinding, kept working, and did not let it get away. He did a good job.
1-2 to Cozart. Got him. Oka's second strikeout of the game.
Big time strikeout. Now you can minimize what looked like it might have been an inning that could have gotten out of hand if you can get your mounted opponent. He's got to dispatch his countryman.
Alfredo Simon 2 for 25 on the season, and one of those hits a double. Pops this one up. Right center field. Polanco under it. Reds get a run on a hit. They leave a man. And after an inning and a half in Pittsburgh, it's a 1-0 Cincinnati lead.
Pirates Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Barrel Automotive. We're driven to be better. And by Levin Furniture, proudly featuring solid wood American-made Amish furniture. For furniture that lasts, shop Levin. Let's go Bucks!
1-0 Cincinnati as we head to the Pirates half of the second inning. With Steve Blass, I'm Tim Neville. Glad you're along watching Pirates baseball with us. Tonight's Barrel Automotive League leaders stat. National League leaders in on-base percentage in June. Russell Martin, Andrew McCutchen on top of that list. Evan Gattis of the Braves, Paul Goldschmidt of the Diamondbacks, and Scooter Gennett of the Brewers also on that list. In fact, since Russell Martin's come off the disabled list on the 23rd of May, he has reached base safely in all 18 of his starts.
Russell was all over the place last night. 3 walks and a hit.
Pirates could use him on base right now. Down a run. Alfredo Simon winds and delivers. Ball 1 up. Russell Martin, 279 hit. Batting average up. I think he'd like to get the RBIs up a little bit too. 1-0. Count is even. There's Simon's 1-1 pitch. It's outside. Russell Martin. 2-ball, 1-strike count on him.
Alfredo Simon from Santiago in the interior of the Dominican Republic. There was a day years ago, back in the day, that the Pirates sent a lot of players down to Santiago to play winter ball as a pitch in for a strike. I remember in 1963, Willie Stargell was down there. We went down. And it was the year after Trujillo was killed. The whole country was in chaos. We had machine gunners in each end of the dugout. Capablancos, they call them, the white hats. machine gunners in the baseball dugout.
One's inside. I thought they were there in case you had a bad outing. They were going to take care of you.
Well, I had a bad outing. I got in a fight with Pedro Gonzalez, who was then an infielder with the Yankees, and we got in a fight. He went home. They took me to jail.
Really?
Yeah, true story.
Did they really?
Yep. I called Karen. I said, I'm going to be a little late tonight. She said, where are you? I said, in jail. She said, well, take your time. Be safe. Come home.
So you have a record in the Dominican Republic.
Yeah, 9-2. I was down there that winter.
That was put on a tee for you, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was interesting. It was a testy time. But a lot of baseball in Santiago, and just a hotbed, as the whole country is.
Payoff pitch from Simon. And Martin loops this one into shallow right center field. Hamilton will dive and make a great catch. What a play by Billy Hamilton, stealing a hit from Russ Martin.
And that was a long run for Hamilton, but you need a guy to run a long way. It's Billy Hamilton. That ball was in the air a long time, and Jay Bruce was not going to get it.
He has a tremendous gift of speed. Josh Harrison at the plate now for the first time tonight.
This has been quite a story. It's not a cute little story anymore because he's just been good from the minute they put him in the lineup. It's been more than cute. It's been just outstanding for Josh.
So the 0-1, and Harrison gaps it to left center. That's going to get down for a hit. Cut off by Schumacher. And Josh Harrison keeps on hitting. He had 4 hits in the game last night, and now is 1 for 1 tonight.
And he takes advantage. He's not been missing those opportunities. If they miss upstairs, he hits it, and he's hit some very good pitches too. So he just keeps on hitting. Keeps on playing.
He's got 7 hits in his last 9 at bats.
The thing is, too, when we come back from break every half inning, we have to find out where he's playing. Oh, where's Josh? Oh, he's in right field. No, he's at second base. No, he's over. He's everywhere.
Here is.
He's at first base. Where's Josh? He's there.
Time is called. Simon didn't. Apparently, he didn't see home plate umpire Mike DeMuro moving out from behind the plate. He's going to deliver anyway.
A lot going on there for a timeout. Josh looked like he's taking off for second.
Mr. Brooks says, go ahead. Harrison at first, 10 hits in his last 15 at bats. He has been the Pirates' hottest hitter. Throw to first base. Josh gets back. Got to find a place for him to play. Walker's coming off the disabled list sooner than later. McNeil is eligible to come off on the 24th of this month after having the appendectomy.
Quick move by the big man. Josh is back. Simon, 6'6", 260 pounds, rather quick over to first base.
Outside to Alvarez. 1 ball, no strikes to Pedro. Last night, Pedro went 0 for 3, and then Clint Hurdle in the 7th inning with runners on base elected a pinch hit for him. He'd really been scuffling with men on base. And Pedro swinging a miss, 1-1.
That was a dramatic moment because very seldom do you pinch hit for your stud. But Clint felt like it was a better matchup, better situation. Pedro back in there. Mike DeMuro counting all his steps. He's all over the place.
Well, they count steps today of players. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know it, and I don't want to know it.
Yep, there's step counters on them.
All of them? During the day at home, too? Mowing the lawn? Or?
I'm not sure about that away from the park, but I know at the park they count their steps.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
Tell me that's not true.
It's 100% true.
No.
There are little devices you can wear now that will count the steps that you take, and they measure the steps. Teams are doing it now.
What if you're on an exercise bike and you're getting good exercise?
Then it's probably good for you. But there's all kinds of data. They count everything in baseball, even the steps the players take. 2-1 to Pedro.
Nah.
I know, Steve. I know. You get email yet, by the way? Harrison takes off, pitches in the dirt, throw down, and Josh is safe. Stolen base for Harrison, his fourth.
It looked like he wanted to go before the first timeout occurred earlier, and now they want to question the call at second base as Josh. These guys are coming in like planes on an aircraft carrier. They're hoping the hooks can hold them and keep them in contact. Comes the hand. Ooh, that's at least worth an inquiry.
And considering the pitch that Mesoraco had to handle, that was a good throw. Take that one out of the dirt.
Goes the Pirates' way, and Price says, okay, I'm not going to get involved with that one. I find that the guys are a little hesitant early in ball games to go all the way and get that one on the books. What is that, leaving one after the seventh? That's all they got left? Still trying to understand it.
Count is full to Alvarez, 3-2. Even if you don't have a challenge after the seventh, Steve, you still can get a review.
Okay, so you can get action.
You still can. You can ask the umpire, and it could be a crew chief's challenge or crew chief's review. I beg your pardon. But,
so there's a challenge and then a review. There's two categories.
Yes. And Pedro down on strikes. Foul tipped it into the glove of Mesoraco. Two men out. We want to see how you root for the Buccos. Your AT&T fan photo of the game. Show us the most unique ways you raise the Jolly Roger, the fun places you watch the games on Root Sports, or how you display your Pirate pride. Just submit a picture via Twitter using the hashtag BucsFanPhoto, and we'll show them during our telecast tonight.
Just see the Braden and Boosters there, their yellow shirts.
Saw them earlier. I saw Lloyd, who works the first base dugout at McKechnie Field. Yep.
What a great
Lloyd,
job they do.
Right under the Pirate logo. There's Lloyd's.
Yeah, right there.
46 years he's been in Bradenton as a Bradenton booster around the Pirates. So Jordy Mercer will be walked in front of the pitcher Edinson Volquez. And the third wide one is there.
And perfectly confident to do that, Alfredo Simon, whose control is outstanding. This is, as we said, start number 14. He has walked 17 batters his first 13 starts. His control has been excellent, outstanding.
Well, Volquez can help himself out here. 2 outs and 2 on. Tying runs in scoring position.
And Simon doesn't rack up a ton of strikeouts. He's just got now 51 in 83 innings. So you got a chance to put the ball in play. When you put the ball in play, anything can happen.
Inside for a ball.
If you don't get killed first.
He's got Edison's attention now. Johnny Cueto watching across the way. He and Volquez pretty tight.
3 gentlemen from the Dominican Republic.
Johnny is an interesting adventure when he gets to the plate at times. I don't know if I'd quite put him in the category of Bartolo Colon of the Mets, but Sometimes he has some interesting at bats.
Well, he was vulnerable last night. The Pirates had a chance to get him. He was kind of all over the place. When Johnny Cueto only strikes out 2 batters, you know he's not on his A game.
By the way, Steve, speaking of Bartolo Colon, the Mets beat the Cardinals today 3-2, and Colon had his first hit since 2005.
Give him up 1 run in 8 innings, something like that. Dominant performance.
1-2 pitch. It's fouled off the umpire, DeMuro. Yeah, Colon's been pitching for 17 years. He has a total of 11 hits in 17 years.
Well, here's a full frontal on Mike DeMuro. Get your attention.
1-2 to Volquez. 2 men out. Harrison at second and Mercer at first base. Pirates down a run in their half of the second. Simon ready to go. His pitch. Strike 3. Strikes out 2 in the inning, and the Pirates leave 2 after Harrison gets a hit.
This Root Sports game break, afternoon baseball between the Mets and the Cardinals at Busch Stadium in St. Louis. Let's pick it up in the top of the 7th. Man on second, Eric Young Jr. A ground rule doubled on the left field line. That will score Wilmer Flores to put the Mets up 3-1. And they go on to win by the final score of 3-2. Let's head back to Tim and Steve now at PNC Park. Guys.
All right, thank you very much, Rob. 1-0 Reds as we head to the 3rd inning. It's always good to get the word that the Cardinals have lost. Fans, make sure to follow every Pirates game with MLB.com at bat on your favorite mobile phone or tablet. Get live look-ins, instant replay, scores, stats, audio, free MLB.tv game of the day, and more. Download on the App Store or visit Pirates.com today. Edinson Volquez down 1-0. And the top of the order, Hamilton back up. Hamilton fouls it off. Volquez struck him out to lead off the ball game. Keep him off the base paths, especially with nobody in front of him.
This is a guy who likes to push the ball to the opposite field a good bit of the time. There's a pitch that misses. What do you do with a guy like that? If you're a major league pitcher, you try to crowd him with hard stuff. Knock the bat out of his hands. Don't let him push the ball by seeing it out of way and just push it automatically the opposite way. Just like to crowd him. Sliders, just continue to come inside. And there's a pitch that he would like to have back, because that up out of the plate, that's a pitch he can get up to, push it to right, left center, left field. Crowd him inside with hard stuff.
2 strikes. Pedro backs off just a little bit. And pitch up high. 2-2. Now for Jordy Mercer, that ball gets past the pitcher. He's going to feel a sense of urgency. Hamilton heading down the first baseline.
Well, this guy will bunt in any count also. I mean,
we saw last night.
It's a high risk area.
Yeah, he had a 2-strike push bunt for a base hit. And Volquez needs to come with a strike. You don't want to give Hamilton a free pass. See the wristband he's got on there? Speed kills. And he may have the most speed in all of baseball.
Well, a hard slider in on the hands can hurt too. Here's where they want it.
To left field.
So he got it out that way, and we're going to catch the ball, but that's his game. He's looking to hit the ball the opposite field. I would say a high percentage of the time.
Marte with the grab and left, and there's one gone for the Reds in the third. This will bring up Todd Frazier. Pedro Alvarez made a terrific play on Frazier in the first inning. Short hopped the ball and took his time, threw a strike over to first. And the ball that Frazier hit was just tattooed. This time toward the middle, right between Mercer and Harrison. And a base hit for Frazier. 1 for 2.
He was, by the way, having himself a very fine year. 16 home runs, 40 ribbies. Frazier. So we're playing him to pull the ball at shortstop, and he doesn't pull the ball. That's going to take a pretty good play anyway if he's playing straight away. Volquez, you know, every pitcher thinks every ground ball is going to be at somebody, so that's a kind of a knee-jerk reaction. But, probably thinking that Jordy was straight away, would have made the play. Hard to tell. Would have been taking an above-average play.
Joey Votto takes a strike. Votto walked in the first inning and was stranded. He's grounded into 5 double plays this season. Well, if you're a pitch to contact guy like Volquez, you get the ground ball. You've worked hard to get what you wanted, and then it finds a hole.
Yeah, yeah. How about Joey Votto last night throwing? I mean, slamming the bat, slamming the helmet. Guys have been thrown out of games for less. And if either one of those items bounces back toward the umpire, he's going to get tossed. But it didn't happen last night.
Adam Hammery, the third base umpire, who's a AAA call-up umpire, gave him a bit of a leash. Pitch inside again, and it's 2-1. Bat down, helmet down.
He turned his back to the umpire, so he wasn't looking at the umpire. So I don't know, maybe out of respect. There's an MVP veteran. You don't know if that plays into it, but any of that stuff bounces back toward the umpire. He's out of here.
2-1 to Votto. 2-2 now. Count is even.
He has been very, very disappointed in some of the calls between the game last night and that delivery right there. Expressing his disappointment on a ball that, in his mind and according to the grid, missed the outside corner.
Even though he was disappointed last night, he still finished 2 for 5 with 3 RBIs. First time this year he's driven in 3 in a game. 2-2. The Reds' first baseman. And he's got himself another knock. Frazier's going to round second. He'll head for third. McCutcheon's throw comes to third base. And Votto into second safely.
The ball gets away from Pedro, but they had no play on Votto. That ill-advised throw to third base.
You go to second base. Votto stays at first, and you get the forced play in order. And McCutcheon decided to throw through to third instead.
Votto goes downstairs and gets it.
So this will draw the interest of the Pirates, certainly, as Votto takes second base. And the Pirates infield will come in with 1 out for Brandon Phillips. So a single for Votto. He goes to second on the throw. 0-1 to Phillips. Phillips popped up to Josh Harrison at second base in the first inning. Goes to the backstop. And scoring standing up is Frazier. Down to third base, Votto. It's 2-0 Cincinnati.
And there's another backhand attempt by Russell. It's not like Russell.
Second wild pitch of the game for Volquez. His 9th of the season.
This is very unlike Russell with a couple of balls that he would tell you that should have blocked.
That's a fair ball, and the Reds now lead it 3-0. As Brandon Phillips heads to second base with an RBI double. RBI number 30 for Phillips, scoring Joey Votto. And the 18th double of the year for the Reds second baseman.
In the middle of the Reds batting order, and it is a good middle of a batting order. Doing some damage. And that ball just clubbed inside the chalk.
Jay Bruce takes outside. The Reds, by the way, are 6-2 in the 8 games so far against the Pirates this year. Last year, the Pirates did what they needed to do, especially in that last series of the regular season. After the Bucs had clinched a playoff spot, and they knew that they were going to play the Reds in the wild card game, went into Cincinnati and swept them. And a lot of these Reds apparently with short memories, because they have taken it out on the Pirates in the early part of the season, winning 6 of 8 meetings so far.
And you don't want to let them get too far down the road. Alfredo Simon has been very good overall, but particularly good on the road. He's 6-1. 6-1 away from Great American Ballpark.
2-0 the count to Jay Bruce. Takes a strike there, 2-1. Bruce is 1 for 1. He scored a run in the second inning. And he advanced on one of Volquez's wild pitches, one of the 2 he's thrown. Bruce has hit safely in 13 of his last 17 ball games. 2-1. Count even 2-2. Bruce spent some time on the disabled list. He had to have arthroscopic surgery on his left knee and missed a bunch of games from the 6th of May to the 20th of May.
He will strike out his share of the time and more. He'll rack up some big numbers in terms of strikeouts.
He racks up big numbers offensively too. He's one of those feast or famine guys. Takes a big rip all the time, and players who do that will strike out a lot. Russell needing a word with Edinson. This crowd here on this Wednesday night. See the Pirates and Reds. This brief 3-game homestand. Pirates only home for 3 and then out on the road for 6. Play an afternoon game, a matinee tomorrow, 12:35 first pitch. And then after that, on to Chicago. 3 with the Cubs, and then interleague in Tampa Bay after that.
Homer Bailey, the owner of 2 no-hitters in his career, will be opposing Jeff Locke. That's a scheduled starting matchup.
One of those no-hitters against the Pirates here at PNC Park. 2-2 pitch to Jay Bruce. 1 out, Phillips at second. And Martin did all he could to block that one and keep Phillips right where he is.
Another one of those breaking balls, and to be fair to Russell, they can eat you up. He does a good job here. Some of these pitches delivered are not just down in the dirt. I mean, they're bouncing well in front of home plate.
Payoff pitch. Bruce will get another.
And last night, Clint hurtled deep into his bullpen, and Mr. Volquez is running up a pretty good pitch count here. He will be throwing pitch number 54, looking for 2 more outs in just the 3rd inning.
53 pitches for Volquez. 3-2, and Bruce walks. It is the 3rd walk issued. He's issued a walk an inning now. 2 on and 1 out. And Ray Searage takes the sprint out of the third base dugout to go talk to his starting pitcher with Reds catcher Devin Mesoraco due up.
And it's been a long time since he's walked more than 2.
Well, he's managed to keep his walks reasonable this year. And last year led the league in walks with the Padres, but Padres and Dodgers. But this year, his walks to strikeouts ratio has been very good, just about 2-to-1.
Last 6 starts, he's walked no more than 2.
2 strikeouts to 1 walk, that is. And trying to prevent the free base runners. See the strikeouts to walk ratio for Edinson Volquez. Now Mesoraco, who walked in the 2nd inning. 2 men on. Pitch inside.
You can give up some walks, you can give up some hits, but you can't give both of them up at the same start. Sometimes you walk a bunch of batters, but you're not giving up many hits, so it doesn't result in a tremendous number of base runners, or vice versa. But well, when you're walking people and giving up hits, it's a lot of clutter around the base paths.
Nose inside, and Martin bluffs the throw back to second base. And now you're getting into a situation where we're seeing Volquez start from behind. And again, 2-0. You get 2-0, Steve. As you well know, I mean, you're getting yourself into trouble.
You're asking for trouble, yeah, because it's hard to come back with a fastball because they're all looking for it. But he just missed with a couple breaking balls. So is he going to try another breaking ball, or is he going to come with a fastball that Mesoraco might be sitting on, or probably is sitting on?
Two balls, no strike to Devin Mesoraco. Volquez checks Phillips at second base. And that got him. Hit him. And now the bases are loaded.
And this is cause for alarm because he's all over the place right now. And I would not be surprised to see the telephone ring in the Pirate bullpen if he can't work his way out of this as we speak.
Please, Rojas on the receiving end.
Glancing blow, but a hurting thing in the big picture with bases loaded. Yep, hear the tick of the uniform being hit.
Pirates will get Stolmy Pimentel up. Bucks are down 3-0 in the top of the third inning, and the bases are loaded with 1 out for Skip Schumacher.
Boy, if you could ever get yourself a ground ball here.
Schumacher with an RBI sacrifice to right field. It'll go as a sacrifice fly, but it was more like a sacrifice line drive to Gregory Polanco. 1 for 1 with the bases loaded this year for Schumacher.
And now you're back in one of those situations where you're obviously thinking strikeout. You're out in front 0-2, but you've thrown a bunch of pitches in the dirt. Some of them have been blocked, some have not. But you can't dwell on that. If that's what you're thinking about doing, you can't hesitate because of what happened with some previous deliveries. You can't think that way.
The 0-2 to Schumacher. And that's a base hit. Reds are going to add on. Phillips will score. It's now 4-0. Second RBI for Schumacher. 3 runs in the inning.
And there's an 0-2 delivery. That's not a bad pitch. That's a pretty good job of hitting by Schumacher, but they're on a roll now.
Yeah, that's probably one of the most frustrating things for Volquez is he was ahead 0-2.
And this is close to getting really out of hand.
Zach Cozart takes one in the dirt for ball 1. Recently, the Reds put 13 runs on the Milwaukee Brewers. So Jay Bruce over there at third base. Cozart ready to go at the plate with a 1-0 count.
Now this is getting to be a really short leash. Edinson might have to get Cozart to stay in the ballgame, even though the pitcher's in the on-deck circle. Not predicting that, but it's a struggle.
4 runs on 5 hits for Cincinnati. 4 of those 5 hits have come this inning. 5 hits, rather 4 hits this inning, a walk and a hit batsman.
2-0 again.
Stolmy continues to heat up. This will be the 31st pitch of the inning. He's got 62 in the game, so half of his pitches have come this inning. Two balls, 1 strike to Cozart. He struck out swinging in the second.
Sometimes those calls are, is he ready?
And this one looped into short left field, and it's not going to be caught. Dropped in no man's land. Bruce will score. It is 5-0. And time to call in the cavalry.
It's going to be it.
Volquez will be done tonight. Clint Hurdle coming out to get him. See the stain on Clint's right knee. So I think Clint's trip from the dugout has typified what has happened so far as the Pirates have stumbled to a 5-0 deficit in the 3rd inning. Stolmy Pimentel comes on the pitch.
authority of the Pittsburgh Pirates and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Well, Cincinnati out to a 5-0 lead. A big inning here in the third. 4 across already. Bases remain full. It's been a little bit of a merry-go-round this inning for the Cincinnati Reds. Stolmy Pimentel comes on to replace Edinson Volquez.
Still work to be done to get out of this top of the third inning. Pimentel worked Saturday, a clean 8th inning, and then ran into problems. Pirates were able to fight their way out of that and get the win. He gave up a couple 2-run home runs in the 9th to make it more interesting than it needed to be for the Pirates.
5 earned runs so far given up, and Volquez still responsible for 3 men on base. His ERA is at 4.33. Started at 3.89 tonight, and that ERA could still jump.
So different from his last start against the Cubs.
Simon, a swinging bunt. Stolmy goes to the plate. Russ hangs on. They got him on the force out.
Circus play. Great job by Pimentel. Better job by Russell Martin. That looked like a real problem. You got a right-hand pitcher kind of following through toward first base a little bit, so he reverses his direction, and then the throw to Russell with a runner coming in, all kind of traffic, and Mike DeMuro making sure that Russell still has the baseball. And that's a gutsy play, boy, to hold your ground.
See, Russ had his right foot on the plate, then got it out of the way best he could. With there's a Rocco bearing down on him. Let's take a look at this angle. Well, Russ had his foot on the plate and the ball in the glove.
I have seen situations in the past where that play could have generated an unbelievable amount of contact with the catcher. And the umpires are coming in to take a look.
Well, this would be a crew chief review, umpires review. Brian Price didn't come out and ask for anything. Let's take a look. So, foot on the plate, and he's trying to get out of the way, but it looked like there was enough room in front of the plate where he gave Mesoraco enough of a lane. He wasn't blocking the front of the plate.
They're saying he was there before he had the baseball. Could that be the issue?
So what they're looking at is to see whether or not Russell was in violation of the new experimental rule 7.13.
Yeah, they want you to have the baseball before you block the plate, but I didn't think that was much of a block.
He had room to get to the plate. Russ got caught on it once this year. And I don't think he thinks he did anything wrong here. The problem is catchers learn to do things a certain way, and they worked on this in spring training and so on and so forth. It's just hard to relearn because you got to play baseball. You know, you can't worry about that rule. I guess the catchers don't so much. Some do.
My point is, if you didn't get a lot of catchers hurt, this would not be going on. You got Buster Posey hurt. Let's be honest about it. And that's when all this came up.
Well, where do you think there's more contact, at the plate or at second base?
Oh, there's much more contact at second base. Okay.
You don't have to slide straight into the bag there, do you?
Yeah, you can take a shortstop out, take a second baseman out.
Well, they're taking a good long look at this. Jerry Lane is the crew chief. And again, just a reminder, this is not a Cincinnati Reds challenge. This is a crew chief review. They're conferring with the folks back in New York. Looks like Jerry's just about done talking to the people at the replay operations center. Russell Martin gets a rest in the meantime. And plate umpire Mike DeMuro along with Jerry Lane. Now, if for whatever reason the folks in New York decide this is a violation of the rule, then Mesoraco would be safe. There would be 1 out, and it would be 6-0. And if they determine there was no violation, which this delay is extremely lengthy compared to the ones we've had in recent days, you got to wonder what's happening in that video room in New York.
The issue is he blocking the plate without the baseball? He's setting up. I think he's checking himself out in terms of his positioning.
He needs to have a foot on the plate in order to get a force out.
Right.
So,
and that's not considered a block.
No. So let's see what. Oh my. Oh my goodness.
And I wouldn't be surprised if the umpires say that I didn't want to do this, but the new rule forces me to do this.
Well, Clint's coming up the steps. He wants a word.
Well, this stinks.
And this rule, this is an experimental rule, and there is a chance that this rule could go, and it should, especially when you see a call like this. This is ridiculous.
So give Mr. Simon a base hit.
He gets a base hit, a run batted in. Mesoraco scores at 6-0, and Clint's going to be thrown out of this game for arguing an overturned call and a replay, which is another thing about instant replay. Apparently, the replay operations center guys in New York said this was the definitive angle that Russ was blocking the plate. And I don't.
And you have to finish that, blocking the plate without the baseball.
Watch Hurdle's reaction. He's sitting by the bat rack, and he's a little upset. And now he's out of the ball game, but still getting his money's worth, jawing with Jerry Lane. Well, if that's a violation of the rule, I think we're all due for a refresher on what that rule actually is and how to interpret it, because Russ was even attempting to get out of the way. You have to have a foot on the plate in order to get a force out. Do you not?
Yeah.
Here's Martin's reaction to the call.
This is what you call overthrowing in the big picture. This is doing more than you need to do with this whole situation.
So, in the immortal words of somebody who said it first, it is what it is. And unfortunately, the Pirates have to deal with it. It's 6-0 Cincinnati. And Alfredo Simon had the easiest hit he's ever going to get. Now Hamilton with the infield drawn in. Base is still loaded. And he rips this one down the right field side, foul.
Might want to take a look at it.
Jerry doesn't have much of a choice here. It's the rule. You got to eject the manager if he argues an overturned call. So it's the third time Clint's been thrown out of a game this year.
You wonder how frustrated the umpires are. I mean, they've got to be.
So this Jeff Bannister, the bench coach, he is now the acting manager. And this one tilting heavily towards Cincinnati in the early going. 6-0 from the top of the third inning. A 5 spot for Cincy here. And Hamilton swing and a miss, 1-2. Well, I'm sure that play is going on the study video that they'll look at.
And the determining factor, and you pointed it out, it's not a tag play.
It's not a tag play. It's a force play.
Right. But
how are you supposed to get a force if you can't put your foot on the plate?
Right. And the thing was, before, it was created because the catchers would set up and block the plate before they got the ball to make a tag. Now you've got a tag play. Russell Martin did everything to give him an opportunity to make contact with home plate.
2-2 pitch. So Hamilton 2-2, 1 out. And again, the Reds with 5 runs in this inning with the help of a crew chief review and an overturned call at the plate. And it was not a Reds challenge, so Brian Price still has his challenge in his back pocket. 2-2 from Stolney Pimentel. And Hamilton will increase the score by 2 runs at least here. They'll stop at first base. Simon goes to third, and the ball gets away. Russell Martin will make the stop, and down to second base goes Hamilton.
Well, this is officially a mess.
Schumacher and Cozart come in, and somebody needs to put a tent over this circus. 8-0. So 2 men in scoring position now as Hamilton takes second base on the throw. It'll be a single for Hamilton. Again, he led the inning off flying out to left field. So Reds batting around here in the third. Be a base hit for Hamilton, his first of the ball game. And Todd Frazier up for the second time this inning. He singled and scored. One ball, one strike to Frazier. Now we've seen the blocking call before on tag plays at the plate, but never on a force. That's a first. Martin set himself up. He tried to get his foot off the plate as quickly as possible. And according to folks in New York, still apparently violated this experimental rule. And Jerry Lane, the crew chief, reviewed it. He asked New York to review it. New York makes the call. 2-1. Now it's 2-2. So the book closed on Edinson Volquez, and he is going to get charged for 8 earned runs. 2-2 pitch. Fouled back again by Frazier. Two ball, 2 strike pitch, and late on it is Frazier. He strikes out. So 2 men out. Well, we got an explanation from the replay operations center in New York, Steve. We just got word from him.
There must be something I'm missing. They're saying he didn't give him a lane to get to home plate. He slid directly across home plate with his foot.
Yeah, I don't know. That's hard to determine, I would think, from a room in another state, whether he had a lane or not.
Well, they get all kind of angles.
Yeah, but at the same time, it looked like he had the front of the plate to slide into. Look where Russ's foot is. Now he's got the ball and he's moving it off, and I mean, he's going to slide into his toe.
Well, he's going to slide into his foot, so technically, there you have it. There you have it.
Well, maybe it's a literal interpretation of the new rule in the book. And I think there'd be a lot of people around baseball who would have a problem with that play. And, you know, granted, if they're using the literal interpretation of this rule, I think baseball people would say, well, gee, that's a tough one to have to give back right there. That shouldn't be. Oh, 2 pitch. And Votto rolls it to second base. And the Reds, with the help of replay, have a 7-run third inning. 8-0 Cincinnati after 2.5.
Pirates Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by 5 Hour Energy. 5 Hour Energy helps recognize those who, despite their own needs, put others first. By the Chevy Malibu and your Western PA Chevy dealers. And by Day Automotive. We're going to make your day. Let's go Bucks!
8-0 Cincinnati, a 7-run third. We go to the bottom of the third inning. Pirates need to put some hits up and some runs up. Crawl back into this one, and Russell Martin coming into the dugout and talking about the play and you know, what is he supposed to do? I think he might be asking the same question. What do you do? It's a forced play. How do I not have my foot on the plate? I mean, again,
think about it. There's a runner coming in. There's a ball to be caught, and you have to make sure that your foot is not in the middle of the plate. So that's the third thing you got to think about, apparently.
Well, it's done. What's done is done, and now Gregory Polanco at the plate, leadoff man, start the Pirates third. Don't have to get them all back at once, but get one and see what happens after that.
Well, one of the real issues is now Simon has 8 runs. He has outstanding control. That's a big factor. He throws a lot of strikes, which is exactly what you want your pitcher to do in this kind of situation.
Polanco, by the way, charged with an error on the throw on Billy Hamilton's 2-run single, and that error allowed Hamilton to go to second base. That's his first major league error. That's a box he didn't really feel like checking off, though. A strike on the outside corner. 1-2.
Well, this will create a good bit of discussion.
1-2 pitch. It's inside. Now I can see if he put his foot in front of the plate, but he didn't. It was on it,
which he has to have to get a force play.
If you put it in front of the plate and don't give him a lane to slide into, I would agree with that. And I think anybody who's read the rule would agree with that. But he didn't have it in front of the plate. He had it on top of it. Polanco rips this one down to first. Oh, and a play by Votto. And Simon there. That just beats Polanco.
That's the way the Pirates night is going so far. Great play by Joey Votto at first base. And this ball was smoked. Joey Votto gets it. And Simon wins the race.
Sure glove Joey Votto. One down for Alfredo Simon. Marte is 1 for 1. Starling had a base hit, stole second in the first. A pitch in the inside corner for a strike. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss. '71 World Series. What was that rule that Earl Weaver was complaining about with you?
different part of the field. 801.
Rule 801.
Yeah, Rule 801.
0-2 pitch. This one's fouled.
What'd you say the number of this rule is?
7.13. So 801, he claimed you were in violation of, and you told him no. You had to have your foot in contact with the rubber.
Yeah, not only in contact, but lined up so your foot wasn't extending on either side part of your foot. And as long as it was a little psychological trick. Anytime you're in contact, you're okay.
0-2. How'd that work out?
Not great for Earl.
Steve had 2 complete games in the '71 World Series.
Well, I got so upset with Earl, I forgot how nervous I was pitching the 7th game of a World Series, to tell you the truth.
1-2 pitch.
We had a pitcher who did a great thing. I think we showed the rubber there, and there was a lot of dirt on it right now.
Yeah.
And we had a pitcher who would constantly pile dirt on the rubber, and in a critical situation, he would wind up about a foot and a half. See, you can cover that up pretty good. And he had a 2-strike situation on a guy in the 5th inning. Now he's taken 3 steps down and starts his windup from 2.5 feet closer to the batter, and the fastball looks a lot better. Trust me.
In the air to right field, coming in is Bruce. 2 gone.
I learned that trick from Billy O'Dell, left-hand pitcher. I never tried it, but Billy would pick his spot, and he would pitch instead of 60 feet 6 inches is about 58 feet. And that fastball looked pretty good. And the hitter would say, well, he was closer. Well, umpire said, all right, we'll keep an eye on it next time. Well, it's too late. Gotcha.
McCutchen is 0 for 1. He grounded out to Frazier deep at third base in the first inning. McCutchen's hitting 12 straight, looking to make it 13. His career long hitting streak, 13 games. Did that in his first season in 2009. 1-0 from Alfredo Simon to Andrew McCutchen. 1 ball, 1 strike. I think a lot of guys did that. A lot of guys got away with that. Pitching in front of the rubber?
Not often. You have to really pick your spot. You could usually only get away with it maybe once a game. And then they're probably going to keep a pretty good eye on you. Then all the various tricks guys use with different materials, the Vaseline, the spitball, the pine tar. Not only batters using pine tar, pitchers used it too.
Sure.
Ways you try to get an edge. All this, see all the stuff that hitters have to use.
And McCutchen sat down on a curveball. 1-2-3 go the Pirates in the 3rd inning. Kutch is 0 for 2. We'll go to the 4th. 8-0 Cincinnati.
Nothing. We have a little bit of good news that took place before the game today, and that was Garrett Cole in our Allegheny Health Network injury update. Cole threw a simulated game today. It consisted of 4 innings. The first inning was basically BP, but he did throw his 15 pitches with the screen in front of him. Then he threw 3 full innings in a simulated game, taking full breaks, full rest like you saw a second ago, and then going out and facing his teammates in the sim game. So the biggest test now, Tim and Steve, is going to see how he wakes up tomorrow, how the shoulder feels, how he feels. If he feels good, then Clint Hurdle will meet with Neil Huntington to discuss whatever the next steps are. Now, he's eligible to come off the DL tomorrow. That is unlikely to happen. But should Cole report feeling well, we're probably not too far away from seeing Garrett Cole return to the mound in game action.
Well, about probably 5 days from now.
Looking forward to it.
Right. So Brandon Phillips will lead off the 4th inning. And he'll pitch in for a strike. It'll be good to get Garrett Cole back. In the first inning that he pitched, they had an L screen in front of him. It was just an inning of live batting practice, essentially. And they took the screen away. Then he pitched 3 innings, as Robbie reported. 65 total pitches. Neil Walker was one of the hitters today. So was Pedro Alvarez. And oftentimes in a sim game, you don't see guys who are in the lineup that night participating. But Pedro did get some extra swings against live pitching. 1-1. And Phillips to center field. Right to Andrew McCutcheon. Can of corn for him, and there is 1 down. Stolmy gets the Reds cleanup hitter to fly to center. And Jay Bruce will come up. Bruce has scored twice. He is 1 for 1 with a base hit and a walk. I was going to say, Steve, I think part of that sim game was for Neil Walker, too.
Sure.
He is getting closer, but not eligible till the 24th to come off.
It's amazing what they do with the medical procedures now. An appendectomy does not involve a lot of cutting anymore. It's I'm not sure of the phrasing, whether it's arthroscopically, well, anyway, that other thing.
What you said.
Yeah. The Arthur Godfrey surgery. It is less invasive. Let's just put it that way. Less invasive. So
Arthur Godfrey surgery.
Well, arthroscopic, whatever whatever it is.
Okay.
Anyway, you don't miss as much time. Hopefully, we'll see Neil back out there.
0-2 pitch, and Bruce fouls it back. Yeah, Clint called Neil. He said he called him 5 minutes after he met him. Dennis the Menace. He said that when he's playing, he hardly comes in the office for a visit, but he said since he's been out and feeling good, Clint knows he's feeling better because Neil's been in. He's been in the office to visit and chat with him.
Yeah, he's bugging him to play. It's like the kid in the car saying, "How much further, Dad? Are we there yet?"
And Bruce down on strikes. Second strikeout for Stolmy. Spend your lunch break watching the Pirates host the Reds tomorrow, 12:35. First pitch. You buy the game ticket, and Trip Total Media will add $5 or $10 onto your ticket. Good for concessions at the ballpark. For lunch with the Bucks tickets, go to pirates.com/lunch. It's a getaway day matinee. Tomorrow, 12:35. Ground ball to third. Off the glove of Alvarez. And Mesoraco will turn first and head for second base with a double. First hit for Mesoraco. 3rd time he's been on base. He's walked, been hit by a pitch, and now has his 9th double of the season.
You might have taken it off that left hand. Just below the glove. But, something didn't feel good on the way down on the hip or off the hand, just underneath the glove.
Pedro right back up. And the pitch to Skip Schumacher. Mesoraco at second base, 2 outs. And Schumacher who has driven in a pair of runs, one with a sacrifice fly, another with a base hit. One ball, one strike.
See how warm it is? That's not a two-tone uniform. That's sweat.
One pitch. By and away, 2 balls and a strike. Well, one of the reasons they've got multiple sets of uniforms. He sweats through that thing. He wants a new one. Halfway through the game, he can just go up to the clubhouse, put a dry one on. Schumacher to center field. He's got himself another base hit and another RBI. Skip Schumacher, while against the Pirates with the Cardinals, was an absolute pest, and he's still one. 3 RBIs for Schumacher.
That's what you call getting downstairs. Those left-hand batters, that's what they love to do. I don't know how they hit those balls like that, but they do, and he did. And the beat goes on. It's one of those nights.
9-0. 10 hits for the Reds. Popped up by Cozart and backing out of play.
This is one of those nights when the bullpen phone rings. You just look the other way and.
Not me.
You maybe hope it's not you.
I'm not feeling too well, Skip.
But somebody's got to do it. Every team has these kinds of games.
Stolme's probably going to have to go for a while now. 9-0 lead for the Reds. Cozart down the left field side, and that one hooks foul. Souvenir in the front row.
The Reds just can't get a break. This ball is hooking foul.
Well, if you're a fan and you're not sure if that's foul or not, probably a good idea to let it go. We've already seen that here at PNC Park, where somebody did that, cost a run. It was in the last homestand, I think. One-two to Cozart. A one hopper to Jordy Mercer. Will go the short way to Harrison with the force out. 1 run on 2 hits and a man left. 9-0 Reds. Pirates baseball. See how destiny brought Cole Tucker and the Pittsburgh Pirates together. Head to PNC Park to take batting practice with Steelers quarterback Ben Roethlisberger and a lot more. An all-new Inside Pirates baseball presented by Allegheny Health Network debuts Friday after postgame on Root Sports. I'm with Steve Blass. I'm Tim Neverett. Robbie Innsmukowski's here as well, and Mike Davis at the plate facing Alfredo Simon. 9-0 Cincinnati. First pitch to Ike. It's in for a strike. Wheels wobbled in the third inning. Reds batted around, and then after the call was overturned at the plate on a crew chief review, and the wheel fell off the cart. Jerry Lane calling for a review of Rule 713. Russell Martin allegedly, and I'll say allegedly, did not provide a path to the plate for Devin Mesoraco. Ike trying to go the other way, fouls it off. On a forced play at the plate, no less. And after that, it just got worse. Oh, 2 pitch to Davis. And he chops it foul.
Well, these are the kind of games where it's tough to stay focused. You got to grind it out. You got to conduct yourself like a professional on both sides. Keep working. You hope that something breaks for the Pirates, but even if it doesn't, keep working. It's what you're supposed to do.
0-2 pitch. Outside. Well, sometimes, would you agree that teams who are behind sometimes say, okay, let's just go win this inning and then try to win the next one after that. Let's do it one at a time.
Hard to think of any other approach when you're down by 9.
2-2 to Davis.
Then if it gets any worse, you start thinking about position players pitching. Sometimes that happens.
Sometimes it does. 2-2 delivery. And a swing and a miss, and Ike down on strikes.
Number 4 for Simon.
And that is his 300th career strikeout. Here's Russ. Martin takes a strike. 0-1. Russ thought he might have had a base hit his first time up. Hit it to shallow right center field. Billy Hamilton speeding over. Made a great catch on him to steal a hit. I'd say that was just a little high. Duck. Martin pops it up. Hamilton under it. And there are now 2 gone for the Bucs in the 4th.
A nice position for the starting pitcher to be in. 9 runs to work with. You know what they say? What they say in these situations, you want to pitch like it's a 2-1 game. Well, I'm sorry, it's tough to do that. And you want to throw all strikes, and they say, well, yeah, but you can't give in. You want to throw quality strikes. Well, you start by throwing strikes, and you start getting knocked around a little bit. Well, tighten things up, but you know you've got a lot of cushion, and you just can't ignore it. It's there. Throw strikes, strike after strike after strike. See how it plays out. You give this kind of situation to control pitchers, it's like dessert.
The pitch is up high and in. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Well, maybe we can bring something out of it in a positive note. Keep Josh Harrison hot.
Two outs, bases empty. Simon looks in at Mesoraco, waiting for the sign he wants. Now he's got it. 2-2 pitch. Josh fouls it off. He'll have another. Harrison's average at 323. Now McCutcheon's average coming into the game was 324, but Kutch is 0 for 2. Josh is just a tick above him in batting average right now.
I don't know what that delivery was. Kind of a floater of some type.
I think you need to bounce him up there, up 9-0. 2 outs, nobody on.
No.
Payoff pitch. And Josh pops it up, foul him out of play. Harrison facing Alfredo Simon. Former Oriole. The Orioles for a while, and then the Reds the last 2 seasons plus this year. And this one's popped up and playable now. First baseman Joey Votto under it. And for the 2nd straight inning, the Pirates are gone in order. We'll head to the 5th at PNC Park. A 9-0 Cincinnati lead. I don't even know if 311 would be down with that call. They're coming to Stage AE July 14th. And Alfredo Simon fouls the first pitch off in the 5th inning. And looking off in the distance, we have seen a little bit of lightning last night. Did you catch the heat lightning show last night?
Late. Yep.
Late. It was amazing. And Simon thrown out. There's one gone for Cincinnati in the 5th. Simon didn't run very hard down to first base. 1 out. Back to the top of the order, Billy Hamilton. Hamilton 1 for 3. Hamilton drove in 2 in the third. Took second base on an errant throw by Gregory Polanco. Stolme's 1-0 pitch. It's up high.
I'm sure that Clint Hurdle would like to get this 5th under the belt of Stolme Pimentel, and maybe even the 6th if he could stretch it out that long. It's a matter now of saving as many arms in the bullpen as you can.
2-0. That was fouled off over the rain tarp. Jeff Bannister running the show the rest of the way. Clint Hurdle ejected for the 3rd time this season. Ejected when he came out to argue the call that was overturned. As far as the speed up rules go, or the speed rules go on the replay, as Hamilton flies to center, it's one thing that a manager isn't allowed to do. It's automatic ejection. But that review seemed to take a long time. It took over 3.5 minutes. And again, the replay operations center in New York made the call. Crew chief Jerry Lane just called for the review. That's a play you're going to see over and over, I think, tonight and all day tomorrow. It'll be discussed. Some people will say they had it right. Some people will say they had it wrong.
Well, everybody seeking clarity. Everybody's trying to get a handle on how these things are going to play out.
And it's new this year, and I don't know. We don't see every Major League Baseball game, obviously. We see one every night with the Pirates, but we don't know if that one's been seen before that way. On a force play where the catcher not only had his foot on the plate but tried to get it out of the way as quickly as he could after catching the ball. Well, Frazier, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Frazier went 1 for 2 in the third. He's 1 for 3 in the ball game. And the pitch from Pimentel. Called the ball, and it's 2-2. Quick series with the Reds. Just 3 games here and then gone. Quick homestand, we should say. And that one chased. And Frazier is struck out for the 2nd time. And Stolme Pimentel with a 1-2-3, top of the 5th. 9-0. Bottom of the 5th inning. Reds on top of the Pirates. That'll make a nice picture. On with Steve Blass and Robbie and Smokowski. Tim Everett here. Here's Pedro Alvarez to start things off for the Pirates in the 5th. He's 0 for 1. Struck out swinging in the 2nd inning. And the pitch to Pedro fouled back. Well, I got a correction from a meteorologist on the heat lightning comment last night. I asked you if you saw the heat lightning show. There's no such thing as heat lightning, apparently.
It's part of a storm somewhere.
Yeah, distant thunderstorm somewhere. My response is it was hot and there was lightning. So heat lightning
works for me.
But I'm sure I'm wrong on that.
I've heard that phrase also from a lot of years ago. Heat lightning.
Yeah. 0-2 pitch. And Pedro wraps one toward the gap in left center field. Hamilton on the run. He's not going to get it. And Pedro in with a double. His 7th double of the season. And the Pirates have a leadoff man in scoring position.
Just their 4th base runner. Pedro, left-hand batter, hit that ball that kept running away, slicing away from Hamilton. See it moving away and never could catch up with it.
Pitch to Mercer, bounce it to 3rd. Frazier short pops it. Goes over to 1st to get Jordy. Pedro has to stay at 2nd base. All right, Steve. I got corrected on heat lightning.
Yes. And thank you for the correction.
Valvo 3. Yeah, laparoscopic appendectomy.
I was thinking of the.
You came up. How did you come up with Arthur Godfrey, sir?
Well, I was trying to say arthroscopic. But laparoscopic, yep, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you for that. Now, if you can tweet in 6 or 7 runs.
Well, that's one thing I don't think Twitter's figured out is how to get the Pirates some runs tonight. But if you have any runs, tweet them in. Stormy fouls this one off. Hashtag Bucks Booth. Will come directly to Steve.
There you go.
Stormy looking for his first hit. He's 0 for 3. 0-2 pitch. And foul tip into the glove of Mesoraco. He goes down on strikes. 2 men out. And back to Gregory Polanco at the top of the order. Harrison, Andrew McCutchen looking on as Polanco comes to the plate. Polanco's hit in 7 straight. He's 0 for 2. And the pitch. And that's in for a strike. It was mentioned earlier. I know Robbie had mentioned it. It was mentioned on the telecast last night. Gregory has matched Roberto Clemente, hitting in his first 7 games as a big league. Clemente did that in his first year in 1955. And Roberto's streak stopped at 7. Gregory trying to expand that and go to 8. One ball and 1 strike to Polanco. And he has done it. 8 straight games for Polanco. Here comes Alvarez to the plate. He's out. Billy Hamilton guns it to the plate. Has his 2nd outfield assist in as many nights, but here comes Jeff Bannister. And he wants to talk to Mike DeMuro. Let's get a look. The Allegheny Health Network Supermo.
Now, did he deny him a lane with his foot in front of home plate?
Did he tag him before his hand was on the plate? Dave Joust on the phone back to the Pirates staff, and we'll see if Banny's going to challenge this one or not. Here comes the crew chief Jerry Lane in. Reds infielders look like they're in a football huddle over at first base waiting. They've not left the field yet. Pedro is already in the dugout. He may or may not have scored. And all Russ can do is watch.
By the way, this base hit almost took the head off Alfredo Simon, but coming back through the middle. That base hit that took his streak to 8. And almost caught, too. Strong throw by Billy Hamilton.
It's hard to tell from the first angles we saw if there was any contact made by the catcher Mesoraco. That might be the angle that might show contact with the glove. But was contact made before Pedro's hand was on the plate?
Well, I sure as heck am not going to speculate.
He might have got a hand down there in that point of home plate. This might be the best angle. Is there clear and convincing evidence to overturn the call? That's what the replay operations center is looking at in New York.
And was he establishing a blocking position before the ball got there? Establishing a blocking position before he had the baseball.
Did Pedro have a clear lane to the plate? That's another question as you're talking about, Steve. So this is not a Pirate review, by the way. This is a crew chief review. And what they are checking on here is not safe or out. What they're checking on here, and there's a reason for this, they're checking on whether this was a violation of Rule 713. We are told, and we've been told this on a number of occasions, what they look for in New York is safe or out as part of the play. But if it is a violation of the rule and ruled that, then Pedro would be safe regardless. And here's the call. He is safe.
And now everybody take your places.
So the word on this one is that it was not a violation of Rule 713. He was just plain safe.
So the tag was not made.
Exactly.
In time or however. He's got the ball. He's coming around to the back of Pedro. And does he get him in time before he slaps home plate? Apparently not.
An RBI single for Polanco. Since 1900, Spencer Adams in 1923. Last guy to hit an 8 straight in his first 8 games as a big leaguer. Now Marte can try to bring Polanco around as the Pirates get on the board. 9-1 the score. A single, and Polanco took second on the throw. Is fouled off. So because that was a crew chief review looking at the experimental blocking rule, they ruled that it wasn't in violation, but that Pedro was just safe. And that saves a challenge for Bannister have the crew chief review rather than the Pirates challenging safe or out. Polanco at second base. 1 for 3 tonight. 1 ball, 1 strike to Starling Marte. Two balls and a strike. Polanco off second. Simon's pitch. 2-2. Well, the hits keep coming for Gregory Polanco.
He really should have 2 tonight. He was robbed by Joey Votto last at bat, and a terrific play.
He's a special player. He's 22 years old. Count is full, 3-2. Marte singled in his first at bat tonight, stole second. He was left at third. Andrew McCutchen on deck. He's 0 for 2. These 3 at the top of the order have been productive since they've been together. It's been just a day over a week. 3-2. Inside, ball 4. And there are 2 men on for Kutch. Kutch homered off Simon on the 23rd of April here at PNC Park. So he's gotten to him before. And looking for his first hit of the ball game. Stretch by Simon, the pitch. And Kutch a bouncer towards short. Cozart throws on to first, and McCutchen's 0 for 3. Pirates leave 2, get 2 hits. And the Bucks on the board. It's now 9-1 after 5.
In the bottom half of the 5th inning, we mentioned earlier about Reese McGuire and Eric Weiss's presence and performance in the Florida State League All-Star Game. How about Josh Bell, Player of the Week in the Florida State League in the minors for the Bradenton Marauders? A fantastic week for him. He batted .462, hit 3 home runs, won in 3 consecutive games, and Bell's off to a good year. And Pirates Director of Minor League Operations Larry Broadway said that Bell continues to make progress with all parts of his game. He's doing a good job of starting to understand the art of hitting and the cat-mouse game between a pitcher and a hitter that will elevate his game to the higher levels. Now, Bell was a second-round pick in 2011 by the Pirates, got a big bonus, suffered some setbacks with regard to knee injuries, but this is a guy, Tim and Steve, with a really bright future. Also, another note, A.J. Morris, International League Pitcher of the Week, threw a complete game shutout in his second career AAA appearance, a Rule 5 pick by the Pirates this past December. So guys doing good things down in the minors.
Yeah, good to hear, certainly. And for A.J., great, just his second AAA start, as Robbie had mentioned, just recently promoted from AA Altoona.
We've heard the name Josh Bell for quite a while.
Right.
Doing good things recently.
Well, the Pirates took a chance on Josh Bell, and the reason I say that is not because he was a questionable player. He's a really good player, but he had notified folks that around baseball, I'm going to college. I'm going to the University of Texas, I believe is where he was headed. And he said, don't draft me. Whenever Pirates drafted him anyway, talked him into being a pro. And that's going to work out well, because I think a lot of folks thought that he was going to be a first rounder anyway, but his desire at that time and his intentions to go to college caused him to drop in the draft. Pirates took him anyway, and that could turn out to be a really, really good pick.
Continue to remember that name for sure.
As a second rounder, he got first round money. Record signing bonus. But Joey Votto, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out. Reds batting in the top of the 6th inning. Stolme Pimentel's 2-2 pitch. 3-2 now. Folks up on the club level.
Well, somebody's having a good time.
And there's ball 4. So Votto walks for the second time in the ball game. Leadoff walk puts Votto aboard for Brandon Phillips.
And again, you want as much as you can get out of Stolme Pimentel.
Yeah, Stolme won an inning in 2/3 Saturday against Miami. And the 8th inning was good, 1-2-3. But in the 9th, gave up a pair of 2-run home runs. Fortunately, the Pirates had a big enough lead. They were able to hang on and win that game. And one of them was with 2 outs and 2 strikes to Jeff Baker. Came off the bench and hit a home run.
Kind of hard to withstand two-run home runs in the 9th inning. They had the cushion.
Pirates would take 2 of 3 from Miami. 0-1 pitch to Phillips. Breaking ball taken for a strike. It's 0-2. Stolme been back for just about a week. Actually, exactly a week. Reinstated last Wednesday from the disabled list. Had right shoulder inflammation. Went on the DL on the 4th of May. And this one clubbed to left field. Marte back to the track. They'll make the catch. And Votto heads back to first. Phillips is out. He's 1 for 4. And the batter will be Jay Bruce. .217 the batting average. 5 home runs. Bruce has been on the DL, has missed some time. So doesn't have the numbers he might normally have had he been out there as a regular every day all season. Strike 1 foul.
And speaking of news from our minor leagues, I just saw it flashed up on the big scoreboard that Stetson Alley hit a home run for Altoona, the pitcher turned hitter. And, he's got, I didn't see the number. He's got a bunch of them.
He might be one of the only hitters in the Pirates system who can throw the ball 100 miles an hour. Remember when he was drafted and then started pitching and then ran with some problems on the hill. He was such a good position player in high school. He reinvented himself, and he's been one of the better hitters in the Pirates minor league system.
I remember this continuing story of Rick Ankiel, who was a very good promising pitcher, tremendous rookie year for the Cardinals. And, got into troubles on the hill, as you mentioned, and became a productive major league hitter, home run hitter.
Jordan Mercer backs up, makes the catch. 2 gone for Cincinnati in the 6th.
So there have been cases where it can be done.
Wind coming in, and it's moving the Jolly Roger around.
And that's not all it's coming in. We're talking about some possible weather down the road.
We've seen some lightning off in the distance, and we're told there's probably something heading this way. Good time to play fast. Rocco double last time up. He's been on base all 3 times. A walk, hit by a pitch. Brian Pena caught last night. Rocco had the night off. Swing and a miss. 1-1. Had a strained oblique that kept him out from the end of spring training until the 6th of April, and then went on the disabled list again in late April through mid-May with a strained left hamstring. So he's battled the injury bug in the first half of the season. Bouncer to short. Jordy will throw to second, and they'll retire Votto on the force out. Nothing across, and a man left. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. 9-1 Reds. Shot as you look down inside the rotunda in left field at PNC Park with Steve Blass and Robbie Inspikowski. Tim Nevert with you. 9-1 Reds with the lead. Game 2 of this 3-game set. Bottom of the 6th. Pirates at the plate. And Ike Davis will lead off. Ike tonight 0 for 2. Grounded to second base in the first inning. Struck out swinging in the 4th. Hitting .243. Takes outside for ball 2. Alfredo Simon spotted to a 9-run lead at one point. Now an 8-run lead as Davis fouls this one away. A 7-run 3rd inning for Cincinnati.
And so far the MVP for the Pirates has been Stormy Pimentel.
He has held the Reds to 1 run so far. And a bouncer over the mound. Brandon Phillips will grab it. Sidearms to first to get Ike. 1 down for the Pirates in the 6th. Let's take a look at our AT&T fan photo. Keep those submissions coming on Twitter using the hashtag BucksFanPhoto. Now, is that nice? Is that a way to treat your guests? They're pretending to throw a Reds fan in the Allegheny. Funny picture. Let's hope they really didn't do it.
I don't think they did. I'm voting that they did it.
Strike 1 to Russell.
Not much fun for the Bucco fans tonight.
1 pitch. Mama said there'd be days like this. Who's getting a souvenir? The Pedro fan got it. Back again. Still 0-2 on Russell Martin.
Yeah, I remember these kind of games when I was a player, and you're sitting on the bench if you're not pitching in between starts. You walk back and forth to the clubhouse. You're doing anything you can do to kill time. You're spending most of your time on the bench. It's a long evening for everybody.
So Martin plunked.
It has been a tough night for Russell. Very, very difficult in so many ways for Russell Martin.
In his last at bat, he had to duck to get out of one that was above his helmet, and that time he takes it off the arm. Score is 1-1 and hit by pitches, by the way. Last year the Reds and Pirates led the league in number of hit batsmen in their season series.
And I would submit that Joey Votto is at least in the second place of talkative first baseman when opponents get down to first base. And there seems to be always a conversation going on.
Oh, yeah. Fellow countryman right there from Canada. And this one into the glove of Frazier. He'll go to first base, and Martin back. So Josh lines out to Frazier at third. 2 men out.
Certainly hit the ball hard enough. It's been a while since Josh has had a base hit.
And since the second inning.
Yeah.
He's way overdue. And Pedro doubled and scored in the 5th. Pedro 1 for 2. Hit the ball right on the nose, did Josh. At least he made a hard out. Pedro again to left center field and deep, going back. Schumacher will make the grab, and the Pirates are done in the 6th. They head to inning number 7 at PNC Park. Reds 9, Pirates 1. In Pirates history, in this day in 1961, the Bucks beat the Cards 5-3 at Forbes Field. Rookie catcher Don Leppert homered in his first career at bat, first Pirate ever to do that. Bill Verdon and Roberto Clemente had 2 hits each, and each scored a run. Bob Friend allowed 11 hits in 7 1/3 innings for the win, and Elroy Face came in for the save. Jose Talbot is now in left field. Starling Marte, who homered in his first career at bat on the first pitch he saw, is over in center field. McCutchen is out now.
Don Leppert, longtime first base coach for the Bucks. Good man. Yep. There's always a coach that's designated as keeping control of the baseballs. Ball foul down the left field line. Lepp kept control of the baseballs, and you had to have a good reason to get one.
Brought his glove.
Good play.
Put his glove to good use. Allegheny Health Network Supermo showing us this play. Pitch up high to Schumacher. 1-1 the count. Why didn't Superman catch that?
I don't know, but nothing compares to the guy that caught it in his beer cup. That's one of the all-time greats.
1-2 to Schumacher. 3 RBIs tonight for Schumacher. He goes down looking. So Stolmy gets Schumacher. He's 1 out in the 7th.
Perfectly placed, down and away, still in the grid.
Inside is Zach Cozart, the shortstop. Cozart with an RBI base hit in the 3rd. 1 for 3.
And you would expect this to be the last inning for Stolmy Pimentel. Again, we said has done a terrific job.
Well, he's done great work in this situation. Absolutely great work. Edinson Volquez went just 2 1/3, and unfortunately for Edinson, with a little replay assistance, got tagged for 8 earned runs on 6 hits. One and 2.
Some help with that replay, but he got knocked around pretty good too.
He did. They hit him hard for the most part. He did give up some soft hits, a few hard ones as well. 1-2. This one lifted into center field for a base hit. Cozart has his 2nd hit of the night, a 1-out single. A 1-on and 1-out for Cincinnati in the 7th. Fans, make sure to see your Buccos take on the Mets June 29th at 1:35 for a Kids Day. All kids 14 and under take home a Neil Walker poster. Plus, get to the game early for Team Photo Fest, when fans get to pose with their favorite players on the field. For tickets, visit Pirates.com. Alfredo Simon at the plate. You can bring your headphones to Kids Day too if you want. We are positive they're listening on the radio.
All baseball all the time. Huh?
Why else would you bring headphones to a ball game? Two strikes to Alfredo Simon.
Next Pirate pitcher, Gomez, getting ready.
Mara, next man up. 9-1 Cincinnati. 9 runs on 11 hits. 7 of those runs came in the 3rd inning. Reds batted around. Swing and a miss. Down goes Simon. Alfredo Simon will go back to the dugout. Billy Hamilton will come up. 2 heads are better than 1, I guess.
Yay.
And a swing and a miss. We got one of those of you around here somewhere.
I know.
I know where it's kept.
Back in the back room.
You ought to bring it out.
Not tonight. You got to really be going good to bring that stuff out of the back room.
If you're up 9-1, maybe we bring it out.
Yeah, that'd be better.
Good scoop by Russ. Cozart at first base, 2 for 4 on the night with an RBI for Cozart. Hamilton 1 for 4, but 2 runs batted in. 272 average. And Hamilton stole 3 bases last night and getting 3 hits. And you know, the last player to do that in the game, last rookie player to do that, was him. He's trying to become the first Reds rookie with at least 30 steals since Chris Sabo. 1988, Sabo had 46 in a season. I think Hamilton's going to get past that. And a drive to center field on the base hit. Hamilton's got another single. 2 for 5 for the Reds leadoff man. And that's going to be it for Stolme Pimentel. Jeff Bannister coming out to be a double switch. And Jeanmar Gomez will be coming in. Also Clint Barmas, he will come in as part of the double switch. And Josh Harrison looks like, well, no, not Josh. Josh is going to third base. Pedro's coming out. We'll take a timeout for this pitching change. Reds 9, Pirates 1 in the 7th. Talking to the crew chief.
Looking at the radar.
Yep, that's looking at it on the device, and that means that there's some weather in the area when the crew chief and the head groundskeeper have this type of conversation between an inning. I believe one time, very early in the season when it was raining here, Jerry Lane was the crew chief then. He let him play for a long time. There were puddles all over the place before he decided to call for the tarp. So maybe he's going to be patient with the rain. Meantime, Josh Harrison moves from second to third base. Pedro Alvarez lifted as part of the double switch, with Pedro making the last out in the 6th inning. Then Barmas goes into second base, and Barmas will hit 9th, which will be second in the bottom of the 7th. Here's the numbers on Jeanmar Gomez. Gomez inserted into Pedro Alvarez's spot in the batting order. Number 7. Yeah, starting him early. 2 on and 2 out. Todd Frazier, the batter. Jeanmar Gomez getting ready to deliver his first pitch. Came in last night, faced 2 hitters. Gave up a walk and a fielder's choice. And strike 1 to Frazier. And he'll be asked to work multiple innings here. 14 of his 22 appearances, he's worked multiple innings. Frazier had the game-winning home run last night at the top of the 9th inning. Hit it off of Jason Grilly to center field. And hits this one down the right field line, and running to go get it is Gregory Polanco. It is stretch time. The well-earned 7th inning stretch. Took us a while to get here. Denmar Gomez gets out of the inning rather quickly, but the Reds with a 9-1 lead at the stretch.
Fans, it's time for the 7th inning stretch. We invite you now to stand, follow the bouncing Eaton Park Smiley Cookie, and join everyone watching at home on Root Sports as we sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game."
Cincinnati, 1 run on 4 hits for the Pirates. Alfredo Simon starts the bottom of the 7th inning against Jordy Mercer. Jordy's 0 for 1. He was intentionally walked in the 2nd inning and then grounded out to Frazier at 3rd base in the 5th. And he slaps one to right for a leadoff single. Jordy 1 for 2.
And so far, Simon has done a good job of handling this big early lead. It's just giving the Pirates 1 run, and it'll be a matter of how far Brian Price wants to let him go. And once again, he has been very effective. So even with the big lead, he is getting the job done, and good chance he's going to improve his road record to 7-1.
Well, the wind has picked up and changed direction. See some debris flying through, and now the wind blowing the opposite way of where it was blowing earlier. And that one hits Barmes. Now the Pirates have 2 on with nobody out. Well, earlier we asked folks on Twitter to send us some runs. 1 run, 2 run, 3 run. You said tweet in your runs. Come on. So thank you, Mitch. See how many runs you can tweet in this inning. A visit.
Is that Pico, pitching coach?
Yeah, I hope he's not buying time for the storm. Those guys better get that boat back. Now, Mount Troy, our center field true cameraman right there.
Yep, dig your heels in.
Yep. You got a seatbelt out there, Troy? You might need it. Got the raincoat on that expensive camera. They come with rain jackets. But I mean, the wind has kicked up and there's debris all over the outfield right now. Polanco takes inside. Gregory with a hit and an RBI, 1 for 3. See the debris.
Yeah, the wind has doubled back. Usually it comes from the West End Bridge and blowing from west to east. Yeah. Stay tuned.
2-0 to Polanco. 107 pitches for Simon, and now the Reds getting somebody up. Here comes the 2-0. That's 3 balls, no strikes, and now Simon, pitch away from loading the bases. Right-hander going is J.J. Hoover.
And the rain has arrived.
Moisture in the air above the stadium now. Grounds crew at the ready. And a 4-pitch walk to Polanco, and the bases are full of bucks. A base hit, a hit batsman, and now a walk. And there are 3 on for Starling Marte. Mercer with a leadoff single down to third base, and now the fans starting to feel the wet stuff as it has just rudely barged into PNC Park.
And this is going to get a little nasty.
Marte, ground ball to short. Kozar goes to second for 1. Polanco almost beat that out. Pirates get a run. Mercer scores. It's 9-2. Fielder's choice and an RBI for Marte. Polanco is forced out. 6-4 at second base. Jerry Lane, the crew chief, he'll be the one to make the call for the tarp, but not just yet. It's windy and the light rain falling right now. It's starting to get a little wet.
Yeah, it's starting to try to do what it did last week when it was just blowing sideways.
He's got the colors hoisted up on the rotunda. Now the wind picking up. Heavy winds, and Tabata has to step out.
This is going to get dangerous.
Yeah. Jerry Lane sending him off, bringing the tarp on. And the rain not heavy at all, but I mean the wind and the storm behind it. He's aware of it. Remember, he has seen the radar. And when it gets windy like this, it's tough for the grounds crew to get the tarp on. So these guys are going to be challenged. And we have a rain delay in the bottom of the 7th inning in a 9-2 ball game. And this wind is going to cause some havoc. It has been. As we've seen more debris blown out of the stands onto the field than we have seen at a game at all this year. So the grounds crew working hard right now. And this one won't be an easy one to get on with this wind. The only thing is they've got it at their back.
For the most time, but it's been turning and switching around.
Yeah. Flags are starched. Some of the faithful are going to sit it out. Rain, rain, go away. It's uninvited tonight. Big gust of wind right now. It's like a sail or a parachute when that wind gets underneath it.
They'll have to get the sandbags or the spikes to hold this one down.
So 1 out in the bottom of the 7th inning. Pirates and Reds, game 2 of this 3-game series. We are in a delay. We'll take a break. And when we return on Root Sports, it's the latest edition of Inside Pirates Baseball. bat now. Tabata came in for McCutchen after the score got out of hand. So the Storms have moved through. Rain has stopped, and we are going to continue play here in the second game of this 3-game series. And the way things are going, Steve, the pace with which last night's game and this game so far has been played, I'm guessing doubleheader tomorrow. This game will be finished tomorrow.
You don't think we'll get it completed?
No, we'll get it completed, but it'll finish after midnight.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, well,
we're going to finish this one in the morning.
Still,
is my guess.
Yeah, still got time for last call.
Yeah. So Barmes is the runner at third base, and the base runner at first is Starling Marte. Mercer has singled and scored already this inning, driven in by Marte's fielder's choice. Tabata's first at bat of the ball game. He was coming to the plate when crew chief Jerry Lane called for the tarp. Wind was blowing debris everywhere. Jeff Bannister managing this ball game after Clint Hurdle was ejected in the third inning. And Tabata to right field. Jay Bruce will circle behind it. He'll make the catch. Barmes tagging. Here's the throw, and Barmes scores standing up. And he had a free lane to the plate. There was no catcher in the way. And the Pirates get a run. It's 9-3.
Good throw by Bruce. Maybe a little hesitation getting the ball out of the glove, but Bruce is able to get on by. I just continue to think that maybe there's something I'm missing in all this congestion around home plate. But how can you argue against the point that if you are going to get a force play at home plate, you have to have your foot on home plate? And you're looking at a runner, you're looking at a ball, you've got your foot on home plate. You have big feet, you're a grown man, and that's the way it works.
Yeah.
I don't know how you can get around that.
Well, what pitch to Davis is up and away. You know, from talking to the catchers, what Major League Baseball wants these guys to do is set up in fair territory, meaning in front of home plate. But again, Russell didn't have much time. It was a swinging bunt. Ball was hit a few feet up the line that Stolme had to field. So how do you have time to do everything they want to do by the book?
I don't know.
In the speed of this game, how do you explain how a catcher is supposed to do everything exactly right on a play like that? That's bang bang. Plus, it's a forced play, and as soon as he catches it, isn't he out anyway? I mean, what difference does it make if the plate's being blocked or not on a force out? 3-1 pitch. Now it's 3-2. But again, there'll be much conversation about this one, as we're still talking about it almost 3 hours later.
I just wonder how a fan feels when you get this constant parade of the umpires coming in, getting on a phone to a different city with the technology, intruding on what I think should be some degree of simplicity of the game. And I got to believe the umpires are getting caught in the middle of this. They're being told what to do regardless of what they feel. So I wonder about the frustration of the umpires.
Well, no umpire wants to have a lot of calls overturned. Marte heading down to second base as Ike Davis walks to first. I think, Steve, folks want to get the calls right. And I think that mentality stems from football, where we've seen replay become commonplace, not only in NFL but college football. They do use replay in hockey. They use replay to an extent in basketball, both at the professional and college ranks. You have the technology. You may as well embrace it and use it. But I don't think the umpires want to have the percentage of calls overturned that are being overturned. It's better than 40%. Now Russell Martin takes high for a ball. And as a hitter in baseball, if you're successful 30% of the time, you're having a great year. If an umpire has success 30% of the time, That's not very good. Or even 40% of the time, or even 60% of the time. That's not what they want. And a breaking ball in for a strike.
I hope I don't get in trouble for this, but I've never felt like we had to chase the other sports. Do what they want to do, that's fine. I don't think baseball had to chase all this stuff.
Well, 2 on and 2 out. 1 ball, 1 strike to Russell Martin. And he takes a strike. So, meanwhile, back at the baseball game.
Yeah, that's exactly the point. Meanwhile, back at the baseball game.
Davis at first base, Marte at second. Pirates trying to add a couple here. So cut the lead a little bit to 9-3. 12 hits for the Reds, 5 for the Pirates. J.J. Hoover's pitch. Fouled back, and Russ stays alive, 1-2. Well, earlier today, the Cubs won. They beat Miami 6-1. Jared Hughes is warming up. Giancarlo Stanton not in there for Miami. Wrist injuries day to day. It's like a slight injury for their slugging right fielder. 1-2 pitch. And a wave and a miss as Russ chased one, and the inning comes to an end. Pirates pick up 2 runs. On to the 8th, 9-3 Cincinnati. Steelers coach Chuck Noll on a special Sports Beat Rewind. Join us as we remember some of Chuck's greatest accomplishments as a football coach, an advocate of our local community, an advisor, and as a Hall of Fame person. Sports Beat Rewind, Chuck Noll, tonight after postgame on Root Sports. 9-3, Reds in front of the Pirates, heading to the top of the 8th inning. And the Sports were losing a legend in Chuck Noll. Another legend lost this week. Former San Diego Padre Tony Gwynn. And this was at Petco Park. Padres lining up. Top of the number 19 that's displayed on the field there. Padres playing Seattle tonight. He will never be forgotten. That was a tweet from the Padres. Tony was special.
Yep, in a lot of ways. A lot of different ways.
Well,
not the least of which is that he had a great deal of time for a great many people. He was very generous with his time.
Well, Travis Snyder is starting to loosen up.
Well, we thought we might see this after that 7 spot in the 3rd.
This one fouled back. No balls and 2 strikes. Jeff Bannister getting Snyder.
Well, he certainly has had a lot of rest. Yeah.
Jay Hayes got a career 0.000 earned run average. Last year he pitched in a game and got an out. Yeah, well, it's pitched in games before. I don't know. I don't think he did it at the big league level. I know he did it in the minor leagues a few times. John Wehner. 1-2 pitch. On the inside corner, got him called. Strike 3. Lovato strikes out to start the Cincinnati 8th. Lovato now 1 for 3 tonight with a pair of walks.
And once again, not particularly happy with that call. And has reason to be unhappy.
Brandon Phillips. Takes a strike. Dunmar delivering a fastball in there. I mean, no wind at all to speak of right now. Earlier looked like gale force winds out there, and now it has just cleared up completely. This will be a base hit. Phillips has 2 hits. Well, last season, Josh Harrison got a chance on the mound. Why not? August 9th, he faced 1 man through 4 pitches. Look at this one. This is in Colorado against the Rockies. Yep, lifetime earned run average of 0. You can put it in the books.
But can he catch? Can he catch?
He hasn't tried that one yet.
I would be guessing he would not embarrass you behind the plate.
Yeah, we haven't seen him catch in a major league game yet. And we may see the southpaw Travis Snyder come into the ball game.
I'm trying to do some research on the last time we saw him to figure out how much rest he's had in between appearances.
That would be
a lot.
Forever, maybe. At least a couple of years in between appearances. He should be rested. 1 ball and 1 strike to the right fielder, Jay Bruce. 1 out. Phillips at first. Pirates not holding him on. Phillips not going anywhere. 6-run lead in the 8th. Two and 1 to Bruce. And the pitch. Foul back. Pirates tonight with 23,329. They came up just short of 1 million. Tomorrow they'll go over 1 million in attendance. A lot of folks headed for the exits early when that storm came. But some hardy souls hanging out.
And we're not to the halfway mark yet.
Way ahead of pace attendance-wise.
I think I saw on the paper averaging somewhere in the neighborhood of 26,000.
Last year the Pirates got to 1 million in attendance in home game number 42. This is home game number 38. So 4 games ahead of the pace there. And that's significant, especially when you're averaging over 26,000. Payoff pitch. And Bruce pops this one up to center field. Starling Marte coming in. And there are 2 gone for Cincinnati in the 8th.
So if Travis Snyder comes in and gets in trouble, do you bring in Harrison then to clean it up?
That's a good question.
Or you go back to standard procedure?
Let's see who else is available. Got the pitcher's hooded sweatshirt on, stretching out like the pitchers do. This one down to third base, foul off the bat of Devin Mesoraco. So Barmes has been used. Tabata has been used. Stewart is the backup catcher. Gabby Sanchez hasn't been used yet tonight. Maybe Gabby goes in the bullpen. I don't know. 0-1 pitch. And Mesoraco takes a strike.
That's a baseball fan right there. Good looking hat and a scorecard that he's still working on.
And he's got 2 pencils in case one breaks. 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on 3 pitches as the rock goes out. And we'll go to the bottom of the 8th. 9-3 Cincinnati. Hits the big inning, the 7-run third for Cincinnati tonight. Just a reminder as you enjoy a cold one to look forward to Miller Time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Thanks for staying up late with us. Along with Steve, I'm Tim. Robbie's here as well. I don't really know what they were doing. Josh Harrison is getting ready to lead off here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Harrison 1 for 3. Josh facing J.J. Hoover.
Josh should be 2 for 3. Hit the ball hard last time. Up.
The first ball swinging. Grounds out to Phillips. 1 down. And now going in to hit in the pitcher's spot is Travis Snyder, and Snyder warmed up in the bullpen, so Snyder hitting in the pitcher's spot, so chances are good we're going to see him in the 9th.
Yep.
Those guys aren't going to come out.
He's a developing shark.
Yeah, he's the newest member. First pitch to Snyder. Pitch outside for a ball. 230 the average for Travis. And bouncer to short. 2 out. So 2 down quickly and 2 ground balls. Jordy Mercer coming up. Souvenir baseball. Yeah, take a picture because you don't often see a guy pinch hit first and then go out on the mound and throw.
No.
A position player to boot.
It doesn't work that way. But there's a lot of things that have worked in a funny manner tonight.
Travis's night's not done.
Wonder what kind of signs they'll use.
1 ball and 2 strikes. I don't know, 1's a ball, 2's a strike.
Well, Sankey used to tell Bryles and myself to throw what you want. I can catch him.
Is that so?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Throw anything you want.
I think he was kidding.
Mercer to right field. Blues drifting back. He'll make the catch in front of the track. Pirates gone in order in the 8th. So we head to the top of the 9th. We'll see the left-hander Travis Snider come out to pitch. To the final out as we take you on the field and inside the clubhouse for game reaction from the team, manager Clint Hurdle, and our Root Sports analysts. Pirates postgame presented by Allegheny Health Network coming up after the game on Root Sports. John Wayner in the studio tonight.
Yeah, and Gomez goes an inning and a third of scoreless ball, and now Travis Snider comes in to make his 43rd appearance.
It has been.
He is
no.
3-0.
It's been 10 years since the Pirates have had a position player pitch at home. 2004, Abraham Nunez pitched against the Cubs. Threw 3 pitches, got an out. And the first pitch by Snider is grounded to short by Skip Schumacher. 1 pitch and 1 down.
Yeah, well, he's been known to throw strikes.
Snider making it look easy. Known to throw strikes since when?
Tonight. 30 seconds ago.
Really? Well, that is the first professional pitch, minor leagues, major leagues, anything, for Travis Snider. Pitch to Zach Cozart's inside for a ball.
Working him inside.
And now you're the hitter facing a position player. You got to wonder, what are you going to see?
He's just not getting any calls for one. I think you just get through the experience and go about your regular business. I can't see any history that Cozart has against Travis that he would be this careful.
And he gets the strike in there.
Took a little something off that one. 83.
I wonder what advice Ray gave to Travis. Don't walk anybody?
No, get the ball down.
And he walks Cozart. And now this will bring up a pinch hitter in the pitcher's spot. Oh, let's bring up Hoover. Hoover's going to hit. So you've got a relief pitcher hitting against a position player.
I would think an opposing batter would think in this circumstance tolerance. Let's just get done with this thing.
I mean, Hoover's up there thinking, hey, I got a chance to get a hit. And Snider's thinking, hey, I got a chance to get a strikeout. Oh, 1 pitch. 1-1. He's got that four-seam grip and the fast worker. Delivers, strike two, foul back. Part of the reason I think, Steve, he can work quick is he doesn't have to wait for a sign. It's just throw it over. I mean, there's no sign at all. Doesn't need to be one.
Yep, tried to get him to chase there. Pirates not paying any attention to Cozart at first base.
Well, so far Travis holds runners well. That's one thing we've discovered. Took a look. Pitch up high, and that fills up the count at 3-2, and it's starting to rain again. Light rain falling over PNC Park. We already had an hour and 15-minute delay, and now Snyder has walked back-to-back men. 2 on, 1 out. I like the first pitch he threw best.
Yeah, 1 pitch, 1 out.
Billy Hamilton up.
Did I see Ray keeping notes on Travis Snyder?
Looks like it.
Getting some notations.
Yep, they'll have a video session tomorrow. Travis will probably throw a side soon. Hamilton, ground ball. That's inside at third, and more runs for the Reds. Coming around is Cozart. He will score. Throw goes into second base, where Hamilton is in with a double. Another RBI for Hamilton. It's his third hit, third run batted in. And the Reds now lead at 10-3. Travis's ERA has just skyrocketed. They're back up. And a ground ball towards short. Mercer will take the out. Frazier's out, but a run comes in. An RBI for Frazier. And it is 11-3. Hoover comes in to score. 2 down in the top of the 9th inning. And Travis's ERA has just doubled. Snyder's ERA currently. Wait a minute. I'll wait for an update on that. It was 27 after the first run. And Joey Votto takes a strike. Votto 1 for 3. And still 27 is his earned run average. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. Now, Votto does not want to strike out against Snyder, but Snyder would love to sit him down. Well, Votto fell out of it. If you're giving Travis Snyder advice, Steve, what are you telling him right now?
Get lucky.
Two and two. And Votto strikes out. Well, the first professional strikeout for Travis Snyder is a pretty good hitter in Joey Votto. 11-3 heading to the bottom of the 9th. The pitch against left-handers. Travis Snyder striking out Joey Votto. How about this?
Well, you look for good matchups. He gets the strikeout.
Yeah, he's excited. How do you not smile after that? Game where it is. Snyder having a little fun.
We have seen a lot tonight.
11-3, bottom of the ninth. Clint Barmas leading off. Barmas hit by a pitch and scored a run first time up. Pops this one up to Votto and foul ground. And there's one out. Steve, you need to break this pitch down for us.
Well, we just got inside. I think maybe Joey's looking for something out of the way.
Russell Martin handed him the ball. That's his first professional strikeout.
Major league.
Yeah, strikeout. Professional, any level. Yep. First, of course, a major league too. But Snyder will have to put that ball on the mantle. Gregory Polanco at the plate. Polanco 1 for 3 with a walk. Snyder was 2 of 5 in first pitch strikes, by the way, 40%.
You're going to have to stop.
Yeah, 19 pitches in his outing. The people want to know. They demand information.
The public has a right to know.
Inside 2-1. Well, you have to find a little levity in these situations.
Yeah.
As earlier in the game, it wasn't very funny.
I hope we can at some point.
2-1. Polanco drives this one foul out of play. Well, great thing about baseball is there is tomorrow.
And levity is fine as long as it is not at someone's expense. Fun with Travis on the mound.
Again, a foul ball away to the left. That makes the upper deck and bounces down below. The raindrops continue to fall in the bottom of the ninth. 1 out. Polanco in the 5th inning with a base hit. Became just the second Pirate rookie since 1900 to have a hit in his first 8 major league games. Spencer Adams did it in 1923. Nobody's done it more than 8 games. So if he gets a hit tomorrow, he'll be the only guy in the franchise's history to do it. And what a way to start your big league career, regardless. Tomorrow, early game. Getaway day matinee, 12:35. Three-two pitch to Gregory Polanco from J.J. Hoover. This will be the 9th pitch to Polanco coming up from J.J. Hoover. Extended at bat. Here is the 3-2. And Polanco with another hit. And look at him dig. Big turnaround first. He's heading for second. Polanco with long strides slides in with a hustle double. First major league double for Gregory Polanco.
And a 2-hit night.
I like the way he gets out of the box.
You always like to have your guys have good at bats. That's exactly what Gregory did. Had a good at bat.
He's going with the pitch, went where it was pitched and took it to the opposite field.
He's all legs, isn't he? He just eats up the yardage.
Well, when he was first signed, I mean, he was kind of a lot skinnier than he is now. He's pretty thin now. And the coach has started calling him the baby giraffe. With such long legs. Not a baby anymore. Marte shatters his bat. Hamilton under it. And the Pirates now down to their final out. Look at the Nissan road ahead for the Pirates tomorrow. Final game of their series. Pitching matchup will be Homer Bailey for the Reds, Jeff Locke for the Pirates. For Bailey, since he no-hit the Bucks at the end of the 2012 season, he's 0-3 with an ERA of 5.14 and 5 starts against the Bucks. While Locke is coming off 2 excellent starts against the Brewers and Marlins. It's being recalled from AAA Indianapolis. Bailey and Locke tomorrow. Pirates will look to salvage a game in this 3-game series against Cincinnati. Reds are looking to go 7-2 against the Pirates in their first 9 games. Tabata up the middle on a base hit. Polanco will score. It's 11-4. Two RBIs for Jose Tabata. Sac fly in the 7th, and now an RBI single with 2 outs in the 9th. Cozart giving it a good effort, but ball out of his reach. Look at him galloping around third, scoring, standing up. Mike Davis is 0 for 3 with a walk. J.J. Hoover is going to end up falling a third of an inning shy of a 3-inning save. He came in after 6 of a third.
That's right.
Davis fouls this one back. Not that he's too worried about that. Alfredo Simon, the pitcher of record for Cincinnati. He'll get his 10th win. Edinson Volquez be tackling the loss here. As Votto tosses to Hoover, and that is your ball game. As it comes to a conclusion, almost 10 minutes before midnight. 11-4, the final score tonight, and the Pirates have now lost 3 in a row. They've dropped the first 2 here to Cincinnati, and the record now 34-37.
Yeah, just a very difficult night. The 7th spot that they put up in the 3rd inning, an inning that wouldn't end, kind of sealed the fate, and after that it was just getting to the 27th out. That's what they did, and in the books. It's in the books.
So a long night at PNC Park comes to an end, but there's plenty more to come on Pirates postgame. Let's send you back to our Root Sports studios. Rob King, John Wehner standing by.